Last we left our heroes, you successfully fled the Hive of Sigil in the wake of a deadly encounter with the General. With the use of quick thinking and some of the most powerful magic in your arsenal, Gord transformed into a winged dragon and took off invisibly across the city, with your destination being Vidane's refuge in Second Chances. Within, Vidane brought you into the back room, but didn't have good news regarding the power to bring Valentine back from the dead. The only lead he had to utilize was Doc Smith as one of the Godsmen, and you had to hope that he had better news. Gordon Hondo took off into the city to track down your newfound ally, but as he came to look over Valentine, he delivered the news that bringing back the souls of the dead had been restricted by the Lady of Pain a number of years ago. As such, he was unable to resurrect Valentine, but was able to ensure Valentine's body will not deteriorate. But you will need to find other ways to lift these restrictions or attempt to bring him back through other means once you leave this city. As this news sank in, Doc introduced you all to a companion of his named Boone Vidette, a fellow Godsman with a similar thirst for vengeance towards the General that he hoped you'd welcome into your crew, and perhaps together you may avenge your fallen friend. After these introductions, you recalled a bit of work still to be done this night, as the Archivist was still restrained and in your possession. Gathered in your suite with the Archivist shackled, you got down to an interrogation. Despite the odds clearly stacked against him, the Archivist is sly, and your intimidations were slightly less threatening than you may have hoped. He was able ultimately to barter for his freedom, but did provide answers that you sought. He divulged that the General believed that only one could possess the power to kill that the General was indeed nigh invulnerable, that he and the Lady of Pain shared a threat level, and that he believed only one could possess the power to kill the other. But the General seemed to have found a path of some sort to wound or kill her through some means. A weapon of some kind that the Archivist had aided in deciphering some information about, something secret and something very powerful. Finally, you learned that there was a little more to that vision that you'd been shown, something deliberately hidden by the Archivist. The 3 books, so-called the Books of Keeping, indeed contain the name of the devil, and it was the devil himself who had commissioned their creation. These books contain the names of a new creation at the time, and there was the birth of the Yugoloths as a race. Part demon, part devil, a neutral party for evil that would be sold off to the highest bidder. However, the wicked hags who Asmodeus had commissioned to create these books successfully drew forth Asmodeus' name alongside these newly created ones, and it was scribed in one of the 3 books alongside the true name of the General. The General, who so happens to be the first Yugoloth, deemed to be a demigod of some kind. The book with both names is now believed to be in his possession in the Hive. After getting this information, you let the Archivist walk free, with the knowledge that he will likely suffer a brutal fate should he return to the General, and is likely to slip into the shadows until all of this shakes out. After that, you all took a rest. Amidst this rest, however, Horus returned to pay Hondo a visit, delivering a good amount of the desired explosive materials, but lacking in full quantities. Hondo and Horus spoke and bartered, and before departing, the topic of a growing rebellion and causing some shit in the Hive came about, much to Horus's delight. Horus agreed to organize a meeting with some of his anarchist allies for a meeting with you at midnight in the sewers beneath the Whistling Giant's Forge to discuss whatever plans you have for sowing the chaos of your own choosing. But following this, you all awakened, rested. We begin tonight.
I'll flex my arm. Yeah, if you see Boone, he's just kind of like walking around, like testing out his arm, doing new stuff with it.
It's like it fits at least.
It's real nice.
Just to confirm, DM, when I got my deliveries and my explosives, I was short pigeon poo, right?
Bat guano.
It would be fun to see him try and get a bunch of pigeons shit, though.
Bat guano. Okay. Can I ask what's the barkeep's name again, or the
Dane?
Yes. Can I ask him if you would have an idea where to go?
If you want to.
You were given an idea, Kevin.
The chef. I
Well,
Yeah,
so
there was
I can
there's the
refresh
needles
your.
place.
Yeah, I can refresh your memory. There's a devil who works out of a place called Needles. That is like a tattoo shop essentially in the market ward, and he seemed to be the hookup that Horus was either attempting to go to or at least had known about. Obviously, he's a devil, so a little fickle and dangerous to go about. Not to mention that trade in these kinds of materials is highly illegal. So open trade of it is difficult and shied out on. But you can certainly ask Vidane if he would have any leads. You're not sure if he might, but you have no reason not to.
Okay.
Are you slipping out like before everyone is up, or are you doing it just like as everyone's waking, you're just going?
I will do it when everyone. Oh, wait, first before I do, does everyone know I have explosive?
Yeah, it was made pretty clear that
Yeah.
there was like Boone let Horus in. The conversation was relatively loud. Horus was not trying to be quiet about it. Mary woke up at one point. Gord was in the room with you. So for the most part, the group has an idea that you have elements, but you have yet to create anything with it. Like currently, they're just a bunch of saltpeter and sulfur and shit.
So I will wait for everyone to wake up, and I will see if anyone wants to round it up with me.
Right.
You want
Did we all
one of
hear
us
about?
to help you find bat poo? Is that what I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Has he told us about, or did we hear about, by the way, the midnight meeting with the Resistance?
Or do I have to tell that?
That would have also kind of fallen in the same category because, like, Boone, you were like in the room,
Lingering.
like you were.
Yeah.
The door was open. You know, Horus was not being quiet. So at the very least, like, you guys can confirm information. Like Allie and Mary, you guys were in the other room. Gord and Hondo were in this room, and then Boone was on watch. So like the boys would be pretty cognizant of like the conversation that happened. The girls, like Mary, very likely would have overheard. And even honestly, Doc has been there as well, like ensuring that Valentine's, the protection over Valentine has been okay. So you're not sure if he knows as well. So something worth like discussing regardless.
So you want to get that bad shit before the meeting?
These explosives could be very useful.
How
We
many?
should-
Sorry. Okay.
I mean, I know we have enough for, I think, 2 sticks. We need
Okay.
for 2 more.
We could try to find. I mean, 2 is going to do plenty here. I guess it's up to you. We have a lot of shit we have to try to accomplish, and shady contacts may or may not help us here. They could also fuck us up. If anyone is in it for the money rather than anything else, gets a whiff of where we are, could sell us out to the general's folks who are going to hate us even more than they did before. Just throwing this out there, I feel like it's going to be a lot easier to get bad shit on the material plane, and we could finish that work there. However, we don't know how to make it. We'd have to do some reverse engineering or something.
I'll tell you what. If you help me make the 2 now.
You want me to make them? I thought you said you want a dude who can. I'm not going to help you make shit in a room where we could blow everything to smithereens.
This is an open invitation to the group. If we are able to make the 2, I will not pursue the guano right now.
Okay, but how about we just take it to the dude who literally does this and knows how? Because I don't think any of us, unless Boone here has some secret skill set we're not aware of, know anything about like alchemical shit. Like I can fix stuff that is mechanical, but this is a bit more than that.
I mean, we could go to the chef, yes.
We're also short our healer. In case
I'm
everything
willing
goes
to
to
go.
shit.
Will the chef be in the meeting area, right, when we have the midnight?
Yeah, the plan was to meet kind of in his area, not directly with him, but like adjacent.
Okay. So here's what we'll do. We'll go early, we'll get it done, and then we'll attend the meeting.
Go early to the meeting or go now?
No. We'll go early to get the chef to make the explosives, and then we can just head right on there to the meeting.
I understand. Okay, so
it's in the same area.
Gotcha. What is this meeting about again? Refresh my memory.
We are launching a rebellion in the Hive, and these are the actors that will be joining us in this experiment.
I don't disagree there. I mean, having as much as Horace is entertaining, and he seems to have accomplished a few tasks for us, they don't seem to be the most organized, although I guess that's kind of the whole point of an anarchist group. Their potential incompetence may work to our benefit. They seem like a great distraction. However, I feel like, if from what I could hear, he had a few disparaging words to say about some of our group in that they might not trust us. Am I doing that correct? And he said something about a trial or like a test for tonight.
We'll just have to find out, I guess.
All right. Let's just make sure before we go there we have an understanding of what we might be asking from them. So, potentially, what the fuck are we going to do today? We talked about, I think Kyle wrote down what we talked about. We talked about trying to do some scouting. We talked about trying to look in on, we have a crystal ball that's not this super creepy one that I'm leaving in a corner. I am not touching that shit again. We have our own crystal ball that someone would have to spend some time with, but could try to, that's right, that's what we said. Potentially Boone could look in on this place because he's been there before. Well, and at least get an idea of what it looks like.
Boone has been to the garrison house and was intending, at least you had mentioned, to like draw an idea of like your memory of the base to get you guys like some kind of idea. But seeing as you've been there, you could also attempt the crystal ball scrying effect if you wanted to. You guys had talked about reconning places that would make a statement if you were to hit them, or places that would be of interest to make a ruckus. You wanted to at least get an idea of staking out the garrison house, get an idea what was around there, and then the midnight meet with this in the sewers with the anarchists. And you had basically mentioned the idea of beginning a whisper campaign.
Right.
We're gonna go up against that whole compound and be wise to figure out ways we could hit them and draw some of them out. Lessen their forces before we go in a little snatch and grab.
Admittedly, using some explosives in areas that are important to them could potentially work. Also, using these anarchist friends, I'm sure they'd be happy to try to do some espionage, and whether it's successful or not, either one is either going to get us information or get a great distraction. And I mean, the little time we've been here, we've heard from plenty of folks that they're not happy with any of this shit. So just getting the word out that there's, even if it's something like there's a vulnerability, right? Like I heard that some people got away. Oh, look, maybe he's not as strong as he thought he was. Like that bathhouse seems like a good place to drop some rumors. But apparently that's also where that newspaper operates out of, right? Like dropping some, there were people there who are associated with the newspaper who frequent that place. So that might be a good place to drop some people.
They're associated with the faction that the newspaper is associated with. The newspaper's like offices are more Clerk's Ward area.
I'm just thinking a place that, like, if you were someone hoping to eavesdrop and find some information for a local paper, a place like that where people might have loose lips seems like a cool place to hang out. So that might be a good spot to drop some rumors that might benefit us. Hondo, I'm looking at you for that one.
What kind of rumors are we looking to spread here?
Something we can talk about, but what's going to benefit us? Like I said, something about how, maybe the general's weak, maybe talking about how I heard that there's people looking to strike at I heard that people are going to meet up over in this place, and meanwhile, we're drawing people away from where we want them to go. If they're going to send extra forces that way, we got to think strategically here.
Like these ideas, I can definitely spread a few rumors.
Alana, maybe we should pick up some breakfast from our baking friend around the corner, and at least see if he's heard anything more, if he's had other occurrences. I don't know. At least get an ear out in that area.
Yeah, if anyone's going to know for sure about what's going on, he would. Especially because he probably sees a ton of people coming in every day.
Exactly. And maybe we can ask him to keep an ear out and check in again at the end of the day, see if there's anything else.
Yeah.
Well, where are we going to start? I might not hurt to try to get a lay of the land, Boone, if you got that.
Mm-hmm. Y'all got to figure out what kind of rumors you want to start and spread, though. If you just start blabbing your mouth like I've seen this one do, it's just going to get lost in the noise.
I like the fact that maybe we can say he's weak and he's got really tiny balls.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Something that'll hurt his ego.
What were you calling yourselves before? The wrong crowd?
Yeah.
When you guys stood up here before, say Vidane's place, there's that picture of the winged fella. They're talking about, is this still the Lady City? Is it still the General City? You could use stuff like that. Talk about how there's an uprising coming. Only thing y'all got to be careful about is there's delicate balance down here. If you start talking too much about an uprising, you don't want the lady coming down on you. And those mercy killers are out, making sure everything goes well. Just be careful what you say.
But wouldn't the lady want an uprising against the general?
Uprising in a city that she's controlled on like a knife's edge might not be exactly what she wants. I don't doubt that she wants this guy dead and would enjoy hearing about his small testicles, but y'all just got to be careful how you say it.
Fair point. Maybe we spread the vague rumors more about potential weaknesses and let the city make its own decisions. Potentially, I think the anarchists themselves, we might be able to give them a more specific push, but when it comes to the general public.
Y'all said you went up against the general, and I know you didn't all make it, but most of you lived to tell the tale and you escaped. That's some good news to spread. People fear the general because they think he's all powerful. Talking about how he's weak, he can be bloodied, he can be hurt. That's not such a bad idea to spread. He's got small balls. That's his weakness. That's his vulnerability. Speaking of, though, y'all mentioned fighting him and he heals. If we do fight this guy, I mean, hell, he got the drop on me and I lost an arm for it, but do we know anything about these people we're fighting? Any ways, any things we should avoid? Like, back where I'm from, we've fought devils before and they're immune to fire. Do we know anything about these guys? Or do we know someone who might?
Didn't really seem like anything specific we hit him with. Did anything better or worse, just... He was, yeah, every few seconds he was stitching his own wounds back up.
Y'all fought a troll before?
Oh, a long time ago. I think, honestly, I'm trying to think. I think we fought a troll in session 2. Something super early. Wasn't it then?
Yes, not that it matters, but on your way out of the Shadowfell, you guys fought a couple of rot troll or a couple of rot trolls. And to negate their healing factor by using fire and possibly radiant damage. In your case with the general, I don't think either of those elements were used. It definitely seems like it's in the same vein, as you know, these kind of regenerations you've seen, and you know, classically, a lot of people know of like vampiric regeneration that can be staved off by holy water, and like so it's not just necessarily, you know, the troll style where there's like some of your damage types will stop it. Sometimes there's other ways of negating it, like with vampires, where it's like you have to know ahead of time holy water will stop them, sunlight will stop them. In this case, research may give you a leg up to figure that out. Or, you know, maybe it's something you can acquire, maybe it's something you can't, you're just really not sure. The one thing you know is that it was near full regeneration until it got deep into the fight, where you guys had put significant damage, and then you saw less and less kind of wear and tear fully going away. And there didn't seem to be a catalyst to it. It just was naturally occurring.
Also, maybe the key is that we don't necessarily initially try to do damage, but we try to paralyze his abilities, whether we freeze him or we put him to sleep. Sleep is a good one, I think, you know, and then while he's incapable of returning our actions, we can then bring him down to sight.
Well, we were able to stun him. Maybe we can do that again.
Y'all can freeze people or put people to sleep.
Gord made something work right at the end of the fight. It was a bit of a Hail Mary. I don't know that it's a guarantee. It's a maybe, but if we can get the drop on him.
Well, Reed, Anna, and I fought against this coven of vampires back where I'm from. And for them, it was like holy water, you know, sunlight, radiant stuff. But we needed to research that ahead of time. There's got to be someone down here who knows a bit about their kind.
Well, apparently was the first. Oh my god, I don't remember. My notes are so messy.
Yilgoroth.
Yeah, there you go. Shit. You know,
Would have been a nice question to ask that archivist fella, but
would have been a great question to ask a sword that's sitting in the other room too. But unfortunately, none of us are able to use it right now.
We could recruit a vampire next time we fight.
A vampire? Where the
y'all know
fuck
a
is this?
vampire?
No. Do you know a vampire?
We don't know a vampire, but we may be able to talk to someone who does.
What's up with this guy? Wants batshit and he was talking about getting a vampire. Is he a vampire?
I wish I was a vampire.
Boone's like
almost turn into a
fingers just
werewolf
like
once.
yeah. Yeah. Fuck, that was such a regret. I wish that happened.
I'll tell you what. I will talk to the chef when we talk to him. I will talk to the bathhouse people. I'll see if they know a vampire.
How about we just focus? Let's focus on the things that we know that we can handle. I think trying to find out how the fuck to surpass that shit might be good. Maybe it's Yugoloth specific. Maybe it's him, you know, general specific.
Let's start spreading the news. Yeah, sorry, you keep going.
Kyle, was it the place where we found Mordenkainen? Can you refresh my memory? Is that just like generally like place where magic-y stuff happens, or is it like magic-y stuff and also half library or like information center, or am I remembering that wrong?
Not information center. The information that you could find there would be through people. It's not like it's an open library. That place is more for like day-to-day bureaucracy running of the city. Gotcha. It's like a city hall almost, and then part like that's like the base level is like a city hall and open areas for people to have like meetings and for whatever purposes. Like that open ring that you first entered and found Mordenkainen, there's a lot of just like empty like meeting rooms and things like that, and like open courtyards for like official style meetings. But as you go up in the ranks of the signers, who like kind of dictate the hall of speakers, they're the faction. Their members specifically in the upper levels are masters of psionics and transmutation and pushing the boundaries of creation through magic and kind of like tapping into the core of what the weave is, not necessarily following the bounds and restrictions of magic as you know it. They kind of seek to expand. So it's not like it's an open source, but befriend friends inside and you may learn a thing or two, but it's not so much that you can just go up and say like, hey, what's going on with this?
Maybe if Yugoloths are they were born of evil, born of devil adjacent, demon adjacent. Maybe it's, we got to go the divine route. Maybe Doc knows some people who might know some things.
Doc's always good for some knowledge. All right, so what's the plan here? This guy's going to go to the bathhouse and spread a whisper campaign.
We need something specific.
Which one of y'all is like stealthy? Like if we run into some coin, could follow them back, do some reconnaissance. Is it the cat guy?
Hondo and I can be pretty quiet.
Hondo's the fish guy.
Yes.
He's quiet?
Yeah. He can be when he tries to.
My stealth has gotten better too.
Elena's, yeah. All of us can be quiet and sneaky when we need to, and otherwise we have other ways of getting ourselves the fuck out of places. But maybe it wouldn't hurt. Well, I'm trying to think, is it better to try to get an eye on a specific thing now, or with the crystal ball, I thought, or wait until the end of the day where we know specifically what we want to look in on?
Maybe wait till the end of the day, just because I already spent an hour sitting still and I don't want to do it again.
You gotta get used to using that hand.
I'd like to punch something.
Kyle, how long of a walk was it to the edge of like the outposts of the Hive?
To the Hive? Well, you guys didn't walk direct to the Hive, but give me 2 seconds. For the at walking pace, basically you can move through each of the wards in about 2 hours or so. So from market, you guys are about where you guys are staying is halfway in the market. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, between 5 and 6 hours, you could get to the edge of the Hive, between the Clerk's Ward and the Hive, basically where you were yesterday. 5 and 6 hours at like standard like walking pace through the city. Though obviously you can expedite your travel through magic should you desire to. It just makes you're definitely not stealthing in any regard there, and a lot of eyes come your way.
I'm gonna before we make full decisions, I'm just gonna check in with Doc. Make sure that Valentine's okay. In general speak.
Val's in this room, isn't he?
I thought he was in one of the bedrooms, and we were out of the main room now.
It's kind of like a 3-room suite. So the one room has Alana, Mary, and Valentine and Doc were in the night before. Middle room is kind of this open kind of like lounging area, and then on the other side is the other bedroom where Hondo and Gord had been staying.
I thought you meant like Val was with Doc back at his place, but all good.
Yeah, Val and Doc are still in the other bedroom. So if you
just go in to check on him, and then
I'll join you.
I'll ask if you seem to have a lot of connections, especially of people in the divine areas of this city, factions. Do you know anyone who has any knowledge or history of or anything on Yugoloths? That whole
You're asking
area?
This?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were talking to Boone for some reason.
Sorry, Doc.
He's looking right at you, Doc. You're not looking at Boone.
Well, Doc was focused on Valentine this whole time, so he lost the first part of your question. But you can, as Doc kind of wakes up and focuses on you, you look past and you can see Valentine is perfectly still and could be sleeping, looks like totally normal. And there's just this like thin veil where there was that kind of film that Doc's device kind of put over top of his body and across his armor the day previous. You can see almost like it's kind of misted up and there's just this kind of faint mist over top of Valentine's full form that Doc is kind of consistently ensuring that everything is looking okay. And you can see he's already got bags under his eyes ever so slightly, but doesn't seem to have any kind of otherwise wear and tear to him, and has no intention of moving. But he does turn and kind of look to you and says, "Sorry, you were asking about Ugloths?"
Yeah, apparently we learned some information the other day that they have some history, some connection to devils, and wasn't sure if there's any of your religious folk who might have, who might know their shit in terms of history.
Sadly, I can't say I do myself. I know a little bit about the Celestials, and I know a little bit about the devils and demons, but Ugloths find themselves kind of in a weird middle ground. They are, they're squarely in the evil camp of things. And greed incarnate, I know that much. If you're really in need of information that I can't provide, I'm sorry. You could speak to the head of our order in the foundry. Her name is Amber Vargrove. She's often found in the foundry itself in the lower ward. Maybe not the most talkative type. If you catch her in between shifts, she might be, you might be able to convince her otherwise.
How far away? How long are we talking if we're trying to get there? Or maybe not through, walking down the main street.
That's a little different, but if you're talking a walk, it can be, it's not far. It is far. It's straight shot across the city. You're looking 6 hours, maybe 7.
Shit.
If you go up through the ladies' ward and the market ward, you're a little shorter. You might get there in closer to 5, but it's not a quick jump, that's for sure. And in truth, as you get into the lower ward, as obviously y'all already know about the Hive, but you start to get close to Hive and Crimson Coin territory. The Hive is theirs, but the lower ward has plenty of their spies and eyes. So something to keep in mind for yourselves.
Speaking of, them causing shit down there, when we first met, you were carting around, oh shit, what was it called? I just had it in my head.
Accurate?
Yes. You were carting around some Accurate. They were after it. Do you know anything about why?
Why they're after it? Or
Yeah.
why I was carting?
I guess both, if you don't mind me asking.
It's no, I mean, I can tell you what I know about it. Again, it's not a lot. I'm not one of the learned folk. I strive more in, things I can work on with my hands. Well, doesn't matter. Arcurite, to what I understand, is a naturally occurring magical ore that can be found and can be refined. I don't even necessarily know directly where it comes from, but it is pure magic metal. Our order, being ones who seek the divine and seek connection to the weave within and to the greater powers within all things magic and earthly. This is an element that perfectly coexists with both of our beliefs. We believe it has our purpose stamped directly in it. So whenever we can get our hands on it, we look to get it and, bring it, smelt it down and refine it, study it. I'm not entirely sure what gets done with it after that point beyond studying. I'm sure it would make some mighty fine weapons and armor. I wouldn't be more than surprised to say Amber's got a little collection herself or something. Maybe some of the upper-ups in the foundry.
Amber would have a better idea. Potentially of why the coin might want it too, or would the coin just kind of want it because it's worth some?
Could be many things. The coin want anything they can get their grubby hands on. That's not a surprise, but their fervor for it has certainly grown in the last year, maybe 6 months. They've been really pushing for it. Things will get deadly and bloody at the very least to get it. So I'd say, if I had to hazard a guess, the general wants something to do with it, or someone the general needs to please needs it, or something. So at the very least, it's a source of want from the coin and the general. So something you may be able to exploit, but we are pretty much the primary keepers in the city. As far as I know, no one else really knows it exists.
Thank you. That's definitely helpful. I don't want to. We'll how about we get Vidane to? We'll send you up some breakfast, and we'll probably be out most of the day. But
I appreciate it.
Just look to Lynn, and I'll leave her for a sec. Go to the group, and I'll just relay to everybody else what Doc said.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, you go.
I'll just kind of lean in to where Val is, and I'll just lay a hand, and just she doesn't want to mess with anything, but she just wants to know that she wants him to know that she's there. And then she'll just kind of turn to Doc and be like, I really can't thank you enough for this. Really appreciate it. We all do, but especially me. My life is in your debt. I am in your debt.
No thanks needed. This is quite possibly the least I could do for you and for Valentine, I guess. Why did y'all change your names when y'all were here?
It's complicated. We kind of thought maybe that if we changed our names, no one would recognize us, or it wouldn't come back to haunt us. We've had a lot of things come back and bite us in the butt just for who we are. So we're just trying to be safe.
I understand. I'm sorry again for what's happened to him. I wish I had the capabilities to do more. It's a difficulty to understand what the lady sees in the sanctity of life and death. And yet, it's moments like this, I could see people wanting something else. I'll do my best to keep them just fine until y'all are fine on your way.
Well, he's in good hands, so thank you. We really do appreciate it.
And don't y'all come back here with another one like this.
Oh, we're gonna try not to.
Great.
And then I'll just head back where Mary is.
So what's the plan?
I know this strays from what we talked about. We can potentially do these on the way. It's just a long fucking walk. I don't disagree. We need to find something that means the next time we fight this asshole, any information about what might hurt him. I think going the divine route makes sense. And if they're really after this arcurate, we know that they were building some kind of weapon, whatever the fuck that means. Maybe this is why they care so much about it. Any more information we can get about what they've been up to, where they've been targeting. Also, potentially, we want to draw a whole bunch of people away. Maybe the rumors we're spreading is there's a shit ton of arcurate somewhere, or there's going to be an exchange, or there's going to be a something if they want it real bad. Maybe they'll send enough people to go get it.
something we could talk about with the resistance too. If we wanted to set a trap with the resistance, lure the coin out to like some sort of spot, and then have the resistance ambush them.
Something like that. The only thing is, like I said, it's a long fucking walk. So if we're going to go, we have to go now. I also think it's smart to, potentially on the way back, Hondo might be a good time to stop in. You know, we have to go through the area, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, where the bathhouse was anyway to get there. Ish, no? If it was on the opposite end of the city.
No, the bathhouse is kind of, it would be out of the way, but like not a ton. But it could, okay. it would be your first stop if you were to like circle out to, you know, to head down to the Hive. The bathhouse is in the market ward, like kind of north of here.
Gotcha. Okay, so we could also potentially take a detour on the way home.
Yeah.
Home on the way back here.
It's either first or last kind of stop would make the most sense.
Okay, so last might make the most sense. Maybe on the way out, we stop in at, I can't remember his name, it's the dude who has the pastry shop, and just hear if he's heard anything, because he said he was going to try to keep his head low and keep an ear out for his own safety, and at least, you know, put some feelers out if the coin's been less or more prevalent in this place since the evening before, because I'm torn. On one side, they might say, shit, we don't want to fuck with those assholes, and on the other side, it might be, well, they hit us where it hurts, or like, you know, we know that they're weak now, we can take them out. We don't know. So we're going to have to try to avoid coin as much as we can. Getting across the city is going to be tough. But
why do we want to avoid the coin?
Only because if I was a part of a group of idiots who blindly followed a leader, and that leader said, hey, look, there's these assholes. I already murdered one of them. Who wants to be my favorite? I might bring as many of my friends to make our lives miserable throughout the whole day as much as possible. So the less of them we can run into, less scenes we can cause, that would also be great. And we don't want, you know, we don't want the
mercy killers.
Yeah, on our tail. So we already know that they're going to be after our friend. He's not with us anymore, but we'll probably see him together at some point. He had to fuck off for his own safety, so.
Well, they don't know I'm with you, and could always squash some coin on the way. I say we just start walking and see what happens.
All right.
I can take you guys back to the foundry. I know the way.
That would be very much appreciated. Any way we can go, you know, least visible way while trying to be speedy as possible. I know those things are kind of an oxymoron, but why don't we stop in for some
pastries.
breakfast on the sweeter side across the street there, and start there and see what we can find.
I only need.
Maybe we should go at the back door.
I only need like a 15, 20 minutes in the bathhouse, you know, a quick massage, and I'll have rumors flying like wildfire.
Wait a sec, are you Blue and the cat? There's already rumors about what you guys did in that bathhouse.
God.
Oh my God. I'm in a group with these
It's a place to go.
Jesus.
Oh, here.
What was that?
Listen, you're making some of the people whine.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Does anyone want to take this? And I'll use my foot and kind of like kick the bag of holding that Valentine usually has.
Elena, maybe you should hang on to it for now.
All right. Well, let's go. Day's wasted.
All right.
Pick up my glaive. Just like put it on my back, this huge fucking thing.
With all of your equipment in hand, Alana now sporting the bag of holding. Where's your first stop?
Wherever this pastry shop is, maybe if they...
I'm trying to remember the guy's name.
It's
find it in my notes.
Across the street. And as you guys make your way out into
the street, great.
The open kind of like circular courtyard. It's rather large, but it's not far to Harry's Bakery.
Harry's.
And you're all going inside.
It's
or
a
just-
real tiny place.
It's a pretty small place. Not that you guys all couldn't fit inside, but it's just up to you guys. But whoever does go in, you make your way inside and find that it is actually pretty busy in here already. So for all of you to come in, it does find it would be too tight for most of you to fit your way in here, as it's rather busy. And you can see it's really, really small. There are 2 tables and they're full of people, and there's like those tables that are like like higher up and right at the window, kind of like scrunched up against the window. People are just kind of eating and staring out into the market ward. But the smell is delicious. It's kind of sweet honey and that same kind of pastry smell. And you can see Harry, the lone worker here, just moving as fast as he can to fill as many people's orders as he can. But you can see he is rather busy here. To wait in line could be another 10 minutes or so, if you're willing to wait. He doesn't quite recognize, unless you make yourself known. He is very busy, so he hasn't noticed you yet.
I think, I mean, we don't all have to wait. Maybe the best thing, Alana, if you and I can either slip him a note or slip him something just to let him know. And we can, when Hondo's living it up at the bathhouse later today, we can stop back in and try to talk to him when it's not his morning rush. I'll just find a piece of paper, steal one for the bag of holding, and just write a quick note that says we'll check back in later. Keep your eyes peeled for coin.
Just gets this anonymous note that's like, "We'll be back."
No, I'm gonna. We'll still go and get food and make like chit chat, but I don't want to bring up the coin out loud if there's people here in case people aren't checking in on them. But just something about we'll check back in later. Keep an eye out for coin. Hope you're doing okay. And then we're waiting, and as we'll pay, with the gold, I'll just kind of put the gold on top of that and slip it over.
Sure. As you guys finally do get to the front counter, there is an immediate recognition, and you can see the bruises have kind of started to kind of turn from the purple to a little yellow from where he was kind of beaten up. But he takes your orders and is just thrilled to have you back, but says, "Oh, don't you all worry about coin here. I will not accept it. I will not accept your coin here. Do not worry."
No, please take it.
No, of course, I will never accept your coin for what you've done. No, please. And he hands you guys a baker's dozen of these honey glazed donuts that look pretty fucking good.
We appreciate it, and I hope you're doing okay. Maybe we'll check back in later. You seem to have quite the rush going.
Well, I'm doing fine. But lovely to have you back anytime. Of course. Please come back anytime.
Great. And I'll take the box and just kind of leave the little note. I don't know if it's going to accomplish anything, but and then just make sure we get the fuck out of there.
You see, he does take the note and kind of give it a quick perusal before kind of tucking it into his apron, and then kind of back into the rush of things.
All right, let's get fucking going.
Yeah. As we're leaving, I'll just kind of look back and we'll be like, remember, don't take any chances. Head to second chances. And then
of course. And he just kind of gives you a little wave and just dives back in. As you guys see, a pretty bustling line here. Either he is very popular or something has shifted in the air lately, that he is suddenly more popular than he was before. So where to now?
Start walking to the foundry.
Following Boone.
Okay.
Donut in my mouth because these things smell fucking delicious.
Yeah.
You are in about midway in the market ward. It is fastest to go through ladies' ward to the lower ward, but it cuts out any of the other things that you guys had, in theory, hoped to kind of see along your way. But if you're looking for speed, you go basically north around the ladies' ward and into the lower ward. But if you're looking to try and pick up things along the way, it would be the other way. It could be a lot longer.
Maybe
why don't we do
slow way on the way home?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Home. keep saying home. Fuck me. I wish we could get her a real home soon.
You begin making your way off. Boone, no check needed. Obviously, it's you know the way. This is kind of home turf, though you don't normally take this route. The ladies' ward has not felt right to kind of go into. Doc has never liked going this way, and not that the Godsmen have anything against the lady at all. If anything, they're on her side of things. But like there is a little bit of odd animosity between the Mercy Killers and the Godsmen. And definitely like Hall of Concordance and the Godsmen don't see eye to eye. A lot of just like political games and religious hierarchy and order belief systems kind of fight each other and then kind of butt heads. So it's just been the Godsmen's kind of decision to kind of pull away from interaction and just focus on themselves, and that's been not a sore spot, but it's just something where it's like, let's just not mess with it. So there's been kind of full pullback from this side of the world. Not that you expect to experience any ill will, but it's just something of note that this is not necessarily your terrain. As you guys do make your way through, someone go ahead and roll me a d20.
Who's got the first roll? Who wants it?
Or do it.
Gordon?
Gordon, throw me a d20.
Milkshake, roll a fucking d20. Open your digital dice and smash that roll button.
2?
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Let's see. So as you guys make your way through, kind of following the same path as you had when you're on your way to the Hall of Concordance. So for the most part, the first little while here, you guys all find pretty familiar territory. And as you make your way from Market to Ladies' Ward, you do note the shift in quality of both what the clothing that people are wearing. The streets themselves are cleaner. The buildings seem cleaner. There's more not wildlife, but more plant life, kind of maintained kind of gardens and little areas that are just small little pockets of green that are missing from almost every other ward in this city. But there are still the mainstays of this dark Gothic world. And as you make your way past the prison that you noted before, where the Mercy Killers find their home base, and you can see big red banners denoting the Mercy Killers sign, and you can see many Mercy Killers in full armor plates kind of going up and down these tall stairs of this massively tall classic, just like brick prison, just like a big box that seems like an impenetrable fortress, with a massive gate of, like, you can see 2 gates, a barred iron, and then a big double door as well. And there seems to be no other entry or exit point, at least on this side. You can see that there are a large number of Mercy Killers gathered near the top of these stairs. And you can see 5 red-plated Mercy Killers, clearly of an upper level. They are full red armor, decked out, and hold a station that the others are fully in deference to. They're looking to them for orders, and they are indeed giving orders of some form. Unfortunately, you're too far away to hear any of it, and given the full plate, there's no lips to read or anything to gather beyond. There seems to be some action coming from the Mercy Killers for the time being. There's a moment where you guys get a little panicky as you've been on the other end of their ire ever so slightly, but you continue past, and there's no retribution and there's no following. They actually go the opposite direction, as you do kind of look back every so often, and none are headed your way. So whatever's going down, it's elsewhere. Lastly, as you kind of make your way through, again, passing familiar territory, you see the sign of the guillotine, though no crowd, and simply a couple of people cleaning a recently used guillotine of some bloody elements. Though it seems nothing. It seems you missed the action for the time being. But with Boone leading and me getting my timing of how long it takes to traverse this area right this time, it'll take you guys about 3.5 hours of travel to get to the foundry. Is there anything you guys want to do in this time? Anything you're looking out for specifically, or anything, conversations or any other preparations you'd like to make?
I think I'll just be trying to keep, because, none of the wildcards need to know where the fuck we're going. We're just following Boone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try to focus on catching any snippets of conversation from any people who look like they might be gossiping or huddled to the side. Little words here and there, and specifically anyone talking about anything to do with the coin.
Sure. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Natural 17. 24.
Still in the ladies' ward, as you start to kind of try and catch snippets of conversation, you guys pass through an area that is like a double wide open kind of court area, and you can see that there is basically just a row on row and row of coffee shop and restaurant with open patios and taverns that are not quite active this morning, but you can see the coffee shops and some of the restaurants are active, and you can see there are plenty of conversations to kind of grab little snippets of things, and much of what you gather is inane gossip of, some people you have no idea of, fashion faux pas, and someone.
So and so is sleeping with so and so.
Exactly, yeah. It's the brunch gossip that you're gathering. But there is one piece that you hear crimson coin, and you kind of zero in on that, and you can see a couple with a copy of the. I can't remember the name of the newspaper, but a copy of the
Cager?
Newspaper. Yeah, the Free Cager. Is kind of laid across the table, and you can see that they're kind of pointing at an article, and you hear crimson coin and the woman remarking how sad to see that jewelers and the family be burned to the ground, and how horrible it is that the whole family was wiped out. And then the man just kind of postulates how mercy killers should have been there to do more, and all these kinds of things. But it seems that you get a little bit of the answer to the activity you saw the other day, that fire. Mary, you gather seemingly a jeweler's, and seemed to be an entire family was killed in what seemed to be a jewel heist gone wrong. At least that's what you gather from this conversation.
Okay. Maybe on the way to, we'll try to find a way to, if we see them, track down a copy of the paper.
Sure. That's super easy. You could have grabbed one at this point with no issue. And as you grab it, there is indeed kind of like the front page news amongst a lot of other bullshit and ads and things. There are a handful of small articles that are written with kind of a journalistic element to them, and you do kind of get the confirmation that this jeweler's, the Elven family, the Hersarans family, there were 4 of them, 4 adults and 3 children who were killed in this, what they suggest to be a jewel heist gone wrong. But the writer takes a little bit more biased look at it and saying that to burn the whole place down seems a little extra,
Overkill.
a little much overkill.
Excessive.
It definitely seems like they're trying to cover something up. But there's, then it goes into a little, exposition about like what it could be, but there's no reason to believe any of it. And it's just pure, just guesswork.
Speculation.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's a couple. We'll have to file that away for later. There's a couple things that could be. I'll kind of lean over to Gord, since he has, out of us right now, the most like magical capabilities. We use jewels all the fucking time and all sorts of rituals and shit. I'm not sure if there's just, is it standard jeweler shit? You don't need special diamonds or anything, right? It's just diamonds, or it's just whatever when you're doing your spellcasting.
Or if you like, you can make an Arcana check to see if you have any information regarding that.
Seven.
Okay.
Oof.
To the best of your knowledge, you're not really sure. In fairness to your skill set, there's very few times that you're looking for physical components to a spell, and for the most part, you channel from a not a deity, but from an alternate power, basically granting you the ability to kick magic out, and you do it through a focus, and you understand how a focus works, but the use of other magical elements other than the ones you guys have used in spells that it doesn't really ring a bell of anything.
All right, so either it could be that they needed gems, they needed something. Maybe this jeweler's had some of this arcurate shit. I mean, it's metal. They could have been working with that stuff. Or they were looking for something else and burned the place to the ground to destroy the evidence. It's on the other fucking side of town. It was the opposite direction, if I remember correctly. Maybe that's something else we can ask about. Maybe Hondo's friends tonight have heard something else about it. They seem to have their hands in all sorts of things.
So does he, by the stories I heard.
You don't want to know.
Ooh, if you ever want a hand.
Oh, let's stop that right there. Come on, we got to get to the foundry.
As you guys finish your last jaunt here, the foundry is in the lower ward, but it is on the kind of the southern end of the lower ward. So you have to go through the majority of the lower ward to get there. And as you cross from ladies to lower ward, there's a bridge. It's a wide bridge. There's no toll, but it is it's a decided break in the city that is unique to this area. That the bridge crosses basically open air, and it's a deliberate separation from the ladies' ward to the lower ward. And as you cross the bridge, immediately at the halfway point, you can feel the air grow thick, and you can smell a sulfurous burn just tinging the air. And there's almost this cloud that immediately you enter into an orangey fog that stings and smells like rotten eggs and charred hair and skin. It doesn't smell good. And this is a decidedly seedier part of town. The buildings
feel a little more like home.
A little bit. The buildings are definitely more Gothic in style. tall and angular. There's a lot of points, and there's iron wrought fences across the fronts of many of these buildings. You can see on this end, from Ladies' Ward into the lower ward, it's a lot more of manor houses and chateau styles, but in that kind of Gothic style where everything is tall and angular, and you wouldn't be surprised to find a vampire or two hidden amongst them. But as you continue through, things begin to grow, kind of just downgrade and downgrade and downgrade, and until you hit a point of basically like slums, where, Boone, you recognize the familiar path to the Great Foundry, and you come across this rather large-looking church. And it is like a cathedral-style church, though darkened stone, and you can see like soot covering everything. And you can see like a burning fire from within through almost all of these many, many open windows. There's no like kind of glass within any of them. It's all just open air, at least at this section. And you can see it has many little spires that rise up across it. And as you enter, make your way close to it, you can feel a heat burning out from within. It's just immediately like there's a temperature change 30 feet away from the interior here. And when you remember and you know well that it gets toasty up in the foundry, and that's how it always is.
Now, y'all be nice to Miss Amber, okay? She's been nice to me. She's nice to Doc. Let's not embarrass ourselves out here, all right? I'll just start walking in.
Kyle, a very quick note that I probably meant to say earlier and then I didn't. This morning I would have traded out the Hat of Disguise back for the shield again, as much as like the hat is probably useful. She got scared into not having extra protection.
Sure. No worries. Good to know. You make your way inside, following Boone's lead once more.
Open a door.
Crossing into these massive, heavy doors that you push through. And again, like, it was hot already as you got close. As you push in, this like wave of heat just kind of rolls out over top of all of you, and you all break out into a bit of a sweat. And it smells like that kind of a musty, it smells like sweat and metal. Is all you can smell. There's a little scent of kind of that scent that you get from every smith you've ever been at. Kind of the smelting of ore and constant burning fire. And inside, you can see what would have once been a lavish cathedral is been turned into, at the center of this cathedral, you can see multiple kind of pathways lead up to a giant well, essentially, that drops deep down, and you can see this massive like pipe tube that rises up out of sight. But from beneath, you can see this burning glow that alights everything from beneath. And you can see many people kind of moving to and fro of many different races and genders, and just focused on their work. You see carts being pulled along, like smaller, almost like wheelbarrow style. You can see piles of coal and ore, and this kind of constant hammer on metal sound is just kind of from multiple different sources, almost in a rhythmic pattern, a constant kind of hammering of metal being worked on amongst the area. Boone, go ahead and make an investigation check to see if you can find Amber.
Y'all know this ain't my stuff. It's not bad. 13.
It's always a good shot just to check at the foundry itself, at the core, at the heart of the foundry, to seek where your factal leader, or doesn't reside necessarily, but seems to always be there. And you make your way down these kind of, as you kind of continue in where those multiple points kind of rise up, there are stairways that kind of curve down into the lower floor. And again, the heat just kind of keeps ticking up as if you descend into more of the bowels of hell than you would expect of a place called to be of the godsmen. But at the central foundry, the central forge, you see the familiar armor plate sporting feminine half-elf that is Amber Vargrove. You can see not wearing her helm, but her hair is tied back with a red like handkerchief, and her hair itself is also red, very, very red, redder than the red maids if possible. And you can see working in the working on smelting and firing something within the great foundry in full plate. Like it seems crazy to be doing so, and yet she's only broken just the faintest of sweats. But you see Amber.
Excuse me, Miss Amber.
She doesn't immediately respond, as she's just kind of in the middle of like having a piece into the actual like smelter, and it's just like focused on her work at the moment. You know that to interrupt her could certainly push her buttons, but this is a matter of importance.
Just give her a second.
You guys wait a moment, and you're kind of jostled by people who are constantly kind of moving down here as well. You can see the forge kind of comes down, and there are 4 different mouths to work within this great furnace. And you can see there are multiple stations of people working in this massive forge and foundry. You can see metal being smelted down into liquid and being pulled into troughs. You can see cooling stations, and that constant reverberation of hammering metal is echo in this echo chamber. It's almost cacophonous, but also still in that rhythmic pattern that you can feel it in your chest, but it's not like abrasive necessarily. A couple of minutes pass, and as she kind of pulls this piece out, and you can see held by these great tongs in her gauntleted hands, she pulls it out and kind of holds it up aloft, and you can see this kind of helm faceplate is kind of held in the tongs, and she douses it in a vat of oil, and you just watch as the smoke and steam rises, and she looks through it, takes the piece and lays it down on the anvil nearby, kind of takes the handkerchief from her hair and lets her hair kind of fall long and kind of wavy as she rubs the sweat and soot from her face, makes her way over and says, Boone, you know it's not a good idea to interrupt me in the middle of my work, but you have friends.
Friends with urgent business. This is the wrong crowd. They got names. We had some questions about. Do you mind if we talk in private?
I have a lot of work to do. If we can talk here, it would be best.
Would this golden coin help?
She reaches out and takes the coin and kind of looks at it and says, what is this? A bribe?
I don't know what he's doing.
It's, for privileged information. Oh, I should say, my fair lady, I am Hondo the Blue. This is the Wildcards.
You're the Wildcards?
See, this is already a bit confusing, and you should have got your story straight before you came in and interrupted my work. If you're looking to smooth things over, it'll take more than a single gold coin.
They're looking to end the general.
Perhaps we should talk elsewhere. She leads you, just walks past you and starts walking up the stairs you guys came down. But doesn't go to a private chamber. just goes back up into kind of the main chamber to get out of the immediate forge and foundry. And before she goes, she kind of gestures to a large gentleman and kind of instructs him to like make sure that the helm piece that she's working on goes to her chambers, and just quickly like gives some orders and continues up. She leads you guys back up the stairs and through a set of doors past the kind of central convergence of all of these spaces between this giant furnace and into kind of like a mess hall. You can see just a bunch of like long tables and a great kind of kitchen area that is just kind of an open buffet style area. She goes in just being kind of scooping food onto a plate. None of it looked particularly tasty. It definitely looks gray sludge porridge, and these people don't seem to value the cooking as Vidane does. Nonetheless, she scoops a bunch of food and grabs a mug of ale and sits down at a table and gestures for you guys to just kind of sit as she begins kind of scooping food into her mouth. Says, all right, so you're the wrong crowd and the wild cards, and you want to kill the general.
He may have started it. I don't know. It's been a long fucking day. A long few days.
And
we think you...
that... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No.
I was going to say, we think you might be able to help us with information, whether you know it or not.
Look, obviously, Boone, we've been respectful of your situation. We know you are bloodthirsty is a little harsh to put it, but you have a vendetta. We know that. We accept that. Obviously, Doc has put you on a path to finding your answer here. And it seems your answer is to bring the fight to him. That sound about right?
That's right. He like flexes his new hand, just like flexes the fingers.
We can't be involved in this. You know this. If you do this, I'm sorry to say, I don't think you can come back here. This would be not a straight exile, but call it a departure of differing viewpoints.
I appreciate all you've done for me, Miss Amber, but vengeance needs to be served, and I got to get back to my people too.
I don't disagree. I just have to do what's right for my people.
Then we wouldn't implicate you and the Foundry and Doc and the Godsmen at all, but these people want to do right, even by the Cage's standards, and make sure the coin gets squashed.
Well, to that end, if it wouldn't put so many innocent lives at stake, I'd be standing there beside you. You know just as well as I how much these fuckers have... Well, they've drawn our blood more than a fair few times. We know we can't strike back without incurring greater wrath, and you know that our faction stands literally with our feet in the fire, with no allies to pull us free. We've been able to hold our own for a long time, but it's by a lack of association, it's by a lack of direct conflict. We have to remain that way, but things could be better should this immediate threat be gone. I don't disagree, I don't deny that. I just need to know that we're on the same page and that my beliefs and aims are clear to you, I demonstrate this so that I hope that you will be clear with me in what you require and why. Already coming in with 2 different names is troubling. The need to offer coin for information, I'll happily give it. I just want to know what it's being used for.
I understand, Miss Amber, and I think you know where we stand, but these all folk lost someone when they just went up against the general, and seems like they want to get their way home too, and they don't seem to like the coin or the general much. Is that right? He says to the Wildcards / Wrong Crowd.
There's gonna be no love lost at the end of all that. I can say that for fucking sure. Hopefully.
We've been told that it's possible.
Oh no.
Why is he
Don't
laughing?
offend this woman. Do not offend this woman.
Bill puts his hand on his glaive.
We've been told that it's possible to defeat the general of the vampire.
What?
That's not what we were told.
That's not at all what we were told.
I just made a whole speech.
Yeah,
I just
she
did a whole
did.
thing.
Like, you gotta be
Explaining,
transparent. Super important.
Don't bullshit.
I think
me.
what he's trying to get to, I think, he is making some assumptions, and I'm pretty sure Hondo just really wants to be a vampire for some reason. We've been told that that the general has some ties to the Yugoloths, in terms that he was potentially the first. As a new friend Boone here mentioned, yesterday we were ambushed by him, and he frankly wiped the fucking floor with us, given that we didn't know what we were getting into. And we also saw that he very frequently, no matter how much we hit him, a few seconds later he looked just as good as new. So we're trying to think if there's a way to potentially stop that. I thought there might be a tie to his heritage. The examples we talked about were dissimilar ways of putting down a vampire for good, hence how we got 2 vampires. But I thought maybe some kind of divine connection. Usually when it's something like this, those are the people you want to speak to.
I could see the connection drawn. My knowledge of Yugoloths is not great, but regeneration is not common in their wheelhouse, and in truth I didn't know at all. Now, I'm not the most learned, but I know the beings of evil. They are greed incarnate. They are wholly evil, seeking only to serve themselves and what masters will give them the most coin. But regeneration, as far as I know, is not common among most fiends. Only the most powerful. So unfortunately, I don't have the normal solutions. I would be, well, I can tell you for sure, in the very few times we've encountered the general, and it has come to blows, any of our radiance had no further effect. Most of our weapons bounced off of him, and we didn't get a whole lot of attempts, or we were forced to run or bar the door as best we could. It was in the early days when the general made his first couple of plays to try and test the different factions. At the time, I didn't realize that regeneration was where most of his confidence in battle was thriving from. But if that's true, that makes the most sense. I was younger then. I wasn't I wasn't facto leader. I saw the fight more than I was in it, in truth. If he has a regeneration, I think it not based in his bloodline. Though, speculation, of course. But perhaps a boon or blessing of some dark entity. Perhaps an item of magical potency, but it would be of great potency. If you had an ability to look upon with magical means, perhaps you would spy the source, but to do so would be putting yourselves again face to face with him, should he even have it on his person. There are many ways you could go down this path, but whatever the thing it is that is giving him this boon, it is powerful. So, if I could give at least a word of advice and caution, I would do your research and I would do your investigation and recon long before you take anything head on.
That's the plan. This is where we're starting.
Ugoloth's, pardon.
No, you keep going.
Boom. Ugoloths as a whole do have a pretty consistent resistance to certain elements. Acids and poisons seem to have no effect. I'm sure many elements of fire and cold is likewise.
It's good to know. Miss Amber, what about the Arcurat? They seem to be showing an interest in it. I know when Doc was transporting some the other day, he got harassed. That's how he ended up with these folk.
Arcurat is an interesting development that we've found. I'm sure Doc has explained to you its interesting quality, this perfect marriage of the divine and the earthly. It is precisely the blend of things that we seek in our creation. And it's been found. So we seek to study it. We seek to learn about it. This information is hard come by and should it get into the wrong hands, maybe we have to assume the general has some inkling of it, given his propensity to focus on our trade of it. But it seems to be a naturally occurring magical ore that, when developed into weapons, armor, implemented in any device, gives it a magical quality that we have yet to be able to replicate. Multiple different ways that I myself have worked with it. And it is truly impressive. But it is rare. We have acquired as much as we could and still hardly enough to complete a full suit of armor.
What about, you hear the news about the jewelers? The place was burnt down yesterday, I think by the coin.
No, I can't say I have.
What was, y'all remember their name? Elven family? Anyone take notes on that?
I sure did, and I can't fucking read my own notes. It looks like it starts with an S. I say you are.
Yeah, I'm already shaking his head now.
Oh god.
Sauron?
I have no idea what I wrote. I wrote it so
Eye of
fast.
Sauron? Saruman?
It was Hersan.
Person. Well, I have the newspaper right here, so it would say right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one. Maybe show her the Cajun newspaper.
Yeah.
Do you know, did this family deal with Arcurat at all?
If they were a jeweler, I wouldn't assume so, no. It's a metal. It's an ore. A jeweler would certainly see ore and seek to find any jewels hidden within, so it's possible it could have got mixed up in a delivery to them. But I think it unlikely that any jeweler would look on it and seek to keep it. They would have no way of processing it properly without coming to a foundry such as ours. And to work on this takes great care. It can be fickle and very difficult to smelt down.
Do you know if, actually, on that line of train of thought, a few questions. How much of this Arcurate have the coin taken from you? Do you have a rough... Would they have enough to do something than like what you're looking to do?
Well, we have no particular aims of what we wish to do with it, more so to study it, to learn of it. We've made a handful of simple weapons and helms, just to test its quality and to learn as best we could of it. And they've taken more than I care to admit, truly. Many of our lost lives have come from delivering and trades gone wrong. It almost seems foolhardy to continue our desire for it, but it's the core of what we believe here. How can we back down?
The doc mentioned that they were these thefts and this pressure from the coin in regards to Arcurate has been kind of ramping up recently. We heard that the general is assembling some kind of weapon, which apparently is close to being done. We don't know if it's a physical thing or a concept or, a magical piece of a bigger puzzle. We're not sure. Though, from what you're saying, it wouldn't surprise me if this has something to do with it. Do you know if they have a facility like this somewhere in the Hive in order to process this?
A facility... Well, there's none like this, but she gestures to the foundry, this being the only one. However, it would be... I don't know of one that they could have created, but such things can be done in other methods, other ways. I'm sure this is the way we know best, but I have seen no sign of its smelting and creation. It does give off a particular a smoke, an aroma. It has almost a magical quality to it itself. It'd be very noticeable, this blue smoke.
Do you have a sample of that we could...
A sample of Arcurate?
Something we can take a look at, or of this process, so that we know it when we recognize it?
Nothing unrefined. We do have some of the finished pieces.
I think that would be worth looking into. Something for yourself. I'm sure this is already something you've considered. And I mean no disrespect for you yourself or your organization here. If they're looking to do something with this, and it takes finesse, and it takes someone who knows what they're doing, there's always the possibility that they have someone who knows what they're doing. Then they might have come from here, or they might continue to be here.
that does actually align with something we've found in the lower ward and Vesaria of late. In the last year, there have been a number of disappearances, presumed abductions, presumed murders at the time, but perhaps it's not. People who were possibly capable of doing something like this. Only one from within our ranks. There's a master smith, a dwarf, the name of Kellic Barrelbane. He could have been in fact a leader himself. Never had any desire for leadership, but his craftsmanship was his. I'm not sure, but he's been presumed dead for quite some time. His wife seems to believe not. Perhaps taking this into account, perhaps he's been taken to accomplish a project like this.
How long ago was this? Is this Boone? Have you ever met this individual?
Boone wouldn't have met this individual. You might have heard of him. That name might ring a bell, but
no. Miss Amber, Wildcards, I hope you don't mind, but we got to be transparent here, and it kind of concerns us. This weapon they mentioned, the general's using it because he thinks it could hurt the lady.
I believe that the arcurite is a key component.
No idea. It just seems to line up too much if they've been talking about this being near completion, and this has been ramping up lately.
Building it.
There's many unknowns. There's too much speculation potential. Given how much they have taken, if they have a forge capable of handling it or some other method, and if they have a smith capable of doing it, such as Kellic, they certainly have enough to create some impressive weaponry. Whether it's enough to harm a being such as her, I can't really hazard a guess myself. It is an innate magic, not an applied one. It is powerful and almost otherworldly. Perhaps. I don't believe alone it would be enough. Supplemented. But what kind of weapon? I couldn't imagine. I suppose I could imagine the general charging forth with a blade of some kind.
I'm doubting that. I could be wrong, but
it doesn't seem to make sense.
Doesn't seem. If you want to control a whole city, you need something that's going to scare a whole fucking city. One sword isn't going to do that.
What if it was something, though, that took away her ability to put a lid on this cage, or took away some of her divinity, made her vulnerable? Doesn't have to be like a weapon like you stab someone with. Could be a weapon that makes them weak, like what we're trying to find against him.
There is an element of arcurite in that it takes in elements of what you apply to it. Has the ability to absorb, and we've seen absorb and recount elemental elements. Perhaps enough to rebound her own magic, perhaps enough to quell, perhaps just make a set of manacles bind her. Perhaps, again, the potential is There's too many possibilities. You can bring back some further information if you learn anything.
Did Kellic have like an office here? A place he usually worked at? Some sort of station?
He preferred to work in the foundry below, but not a particular one.
You leave behind any possessions?
Didn't have much. The Barrelbanes are, well, they were not well off. Sadly, our funds don't provide a whole lot more than simple housing and food.
Do you know where his, sorry, I didn't catch his wife's name. Do you know where she is?
I can't say I do, though I know she's made herself known in the area. She puts up missing posters and makes a pretty consistent effort to try and keep the word out. She makes a near weekly pilgrimage to the Mercy Killers to attempt to get them to do their fucking jobs.
Why don't we go looking for her? And also, if we ran into some coin, you know, we could shake some trees, see what falls out. I
Possibly.
saw how that one worked with the archivist. Maybe you could do some more magic.
I'm just, remember, we don't want to draw too much of a card right now. We're in an information gathering stage. Doing that, usually you want to blend in as much as possible. There's
told
different
y'all
ways of
I'm not-
gathering information.
Told y'all I'm not really good at blending in, right?
Yeah, everything about you kind of shouts, look the fuck at me, I'm ready to here to fuck you up, which totally get, but
It's like the
Well,
nicest thing you guys have said to me so far.
you're gonna have your chance to hit some shit, don't worry. We have ways to get information out of people outside of just kicking their ass, but that's always a possibility. Is there anything else that we could use from Amber in terms of information, gang?
I don't think so.
Hondo, any?
But don't
Parting
ruin the
questions?
goodwill we've built up already. Some bullshit about vampires.
Maybe we could, Miss Amber, maybe we could you help us to spread some rumors about the general?
I wish I could spread rumor of a kind. I could do that if you have something in particular. It would need to be in as secret as possible, Roger. As I explained. We need to keep ourselves out of it as much as possible.
I think to start, maybe we spread a rumor that his inner circle is plotting to overthrow him. In the sense that they saw his vulnerabilities against us. He was wounded severely, and they worry that he is not the right person to
Maybe
confront the lady.
But there's a mole. That he has a mole. That he has a number of moles. And that he maybe shouldn't be trusting all of his dudes. Let him start questioning his own people and stirring up shit within his own ranks. That's a good fucking idea.
I think this
Get it? That's the guy who was like, let's try and find some pigeon shit this morning. Now he comes up with this plan.
Oh, we're still going to do that, of course, but there's a time for everything.
Hondo is known for his moments.
Right.
When we send our next cruise up to the market ward, we'll make a point to have them have some idle conversation with the traders they find there.
Just that you heard the coin talking about how the general's not the right man for the job. When this one said that he's got small testicles, maybe you could put something in like that.
Yeah, like I'm really small.
Like pea-sized.
Yeah.
I think I'll stick to more of the descent in the ranks, though. If things get flavorful, perhaps.
And just, throw it out.
He has syphilis. That's another good one.
Who doesn't?
It's a magical problem.
Well, I guess we should be off. We've taken up a lot of your time, Miss Amber.
We really we appreciate everything. We'll try to keep you abreast without keeping you involved of what's going on in terms of a heads up.
I would appreciate being let know of any further developments you get, especially regarding any arcurite being used, and whatever this weapon may be. Perhaps we can work something out in trying to dismantle or repurpose it. I can't stand the idea of that monster getting a hold of, well, the city for one, but more arcurite and befouling it.
We'll see if we can find out what happened to Kellic as well, but we'll be sure to report back.
Sure,
At least I will.
Would appreciate that. If I may also suggest, I don't think you should come back here if you're going to be making these kinds of investigations. Feel free to send Doc or send word with any of the godsmen that you see along the way, but it will become commonplace that you are no longer amongst our ranks, and obviously there will be no ill will, but just for appearance's sake, I hope you understand.
I understand.
Likewise with the rest of you. This will be our final meet before the general does whatever he's going to do. I can't risk any of these people.
Totally understand. Thank you for your time. Perhaps we should. Is there a back door? We don't want to draw any extra attention.
It honestly looks better to see you leave.
That's fair.
Before you go, let me find one of the arcurite weapons you may look at for your own purposes. At least you'll recognize the metal when you come across it. She gets up and just kind of leads you all out of the kind of mess hall and back into the main entryway. And it's a short time as she kind of leaves and then comes back from an upper floor. You can see she's holding like a jewelry box, like this long, oiled wooden box. When she opens it, and the blade inside is a simple dagger, but the blade has this faintly blue hint to the metal. It's almost damasked, like Damascus steel, where it's like been folded in over itself in the smelting process. And amongst the blue, at each of the folds, you can see this kind of like speckling of something, almost like a dust speckling within. It's got this faintly kind of night sky appear to it.
Do you mind if I?
Please.
I'll pick it up and get a really good look at it. Make sure Hondo does too, because I know our investigations are both pretty good. So just in case anything like this happens again, I'll like try to. Is it well balanced? Is it well made? Try to hold it up like on a finger, spin it around a bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is an expertly crafted piece of weaponry to both your and Hondo's hands. This is a very, very good weapon. You're not sure exactly what it can do. Amongst your group, if you want, you can make any sort of check. I'm pretty much good with any kind of check that you can rationalize to see if you can learn anything. The obvious ones being Arcana and if we want to try and what's the almost like stone cunning for Allie, but with the smithing. If anyone has smithing tools, you can try and divine any information that way. If you don't want to, it's fine.
I can't remember what your tools are, Allie.
Yeah, I think I have smithing. And where did it go? Smithing and writing. That's it. Oh no, that's my proficiency. Yeah, just smithing.
Yeah. If you have proficiency with smithing tools, you can go ahead and make what would this be? So it'd be a D20 plus your intelligence and your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
So proficiency bonus of 6 plus your intelligence plus a D20.
Okay. I rolled a 1. Intelligence is 0.
Oh, poor Allie.
Yep.
And proficiency is 6.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Unfortunately, what you gather is it's a very well-made blade, and it is this very innately magic metal. You can smell it. Like there's a distinct smell that is different from any of the other magic elements that you have amongst your person. You can feel this kind of faintly buzzing element, like there's an energy around it. It doesn't kind of kick off any energy or anything like that, but you can feel like something power within it. And it's just a little alien to you that you're not able to divulge any further information. But it's well made and interesting.
I'll roll.
What kind of check do you want to make, Kev?
Arcana.
Sure, hit it. Okay, 15.
And I'm plus 4, so 19.
19. Okay.
Good.
As the dagger passes across the group, you get that kind of energy buzz, and you get that whiff of arcane energy, and you do kind of get an inkling of it being otherworldly. There's an element of familiar energy to when you've been in the astral plane, when you've dealt with things beyond the world of Vesaria. It has that kind of element to it. What it can do, you're not entirely sure, like this specific blade, but you could definitely feel that it is capable of taking in that which it makes it stronger and reflecting it. But it seems almost like it is a magic sponge, in that it takes in, like I say, but it can be molded to do kind of many different things with proper time and study and application. There are many things that if you were to basically take this and combine it with certain things, it would do different things.
This could be very powerful.
Indeed. And she
But not on its own.
closes the lid on it. Says, and that's why we keep it safe. Well, hopefully you have some answers and hopefully some new paths to take. I wish you all the best of luck. And I hope to see you again.
Well, never see you again, but it was nice.
I hope once this business with the general is over, I may welcome you all back.
We appreciate your time. I think if we get back out into the streets, it might be a good idea to start looking for those wanted posters.
Mm-hmm.
Or not wanted, missing posters, to see if we can find a lead on how we're supposed to get in touch with. Did we get her name?
Heard in passing, Hilda.
Hilda.
Hilda. All right,
This
let's
might
go.
be nothing, but it wouldn't hurt. We're already here.
Sure. You can go ahead and make an investigation check. And as you're making this check, where is it you're headed? Collected.
Well, they said she usually goes back to the Mercy Killers, right?
She makes a pretty often pilgrimage up into the ladies' ward to try and besiege them.
We could start heading back that way.
Okay.
Just where her route might be, because you have to go over that bridge, right? So everything
Probably
gets
put
funneled
them
through
up.
there anyway.
Just keeping timing wise, like you will be, we'll say you got out at 9 and it's been about 3.5 hours, so it's cresting into afternoon. But if to return back to the ladies' ward is another 2 hours to get to the Mercy Killers, to the prison, so be putting into 2 o'clock. Just keeping in mind the timing of things.
Days going by.
That still works.
To move.
I rolled
investigation.
I rolled a 30.
Okay.
Nice.
I rolled a 16 on the dice.
As you are crossing the bridge, so you basically pulled yourselves almost fully out of, actually just before you're crossing the bridge, as you pulled yourself basically fully from one end of the lower ward to the other, and you're back in that kind of area where the manor houses or those classic Gothic chateaus and things. You do see a bit of a commotion ahead on the bridge, and you can see a group of individuals surrounding another group of individuals, but clearly one side is Crimson Coin related. The other is seemingly of the foundry of the Godsman's colors. And you can see that they don't necessarily have a cart with them, but you can see the 2 of the Godsman figures have big, heavy knapsacks on, big packs. And there are 3 or 4 Crimson Coin kind of harrying them. At the same time, about 100 feet short of them, you see a dwarven woman putting up a poster. You see her kind of tacking it onto the edges of a gate. Both are of interest to you.
So the woman, presumably maybe Hilda, is 100 feet back from this commotion?
Yeah.
Boone is looking very focused at that confrontation. Maybe y'all could talk to her. I want to see what this commotion's all about.
Sure. We last time we got involved with Crimson Coin, we got pretty stern talking to. So if you want to, how many Crimson Coin are there, Kyle? Sorry.
Seems like 4.
Okay. If you want to start on over there, we can trail behind, but I just want to make sure we don't lose her.
All right, I'll go talk to them.
You all want of us to come with you?
It's up to you. I got regrets. And I'll pat the glaive and start walking towards them.
I'll join. Can I tap my tattoo and turn into I guess a miniature orc
Sick.
so they don't recognize me?
Sick.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. You kind of fall into step behind Boone and kind of come back out in this transition into a shorter, hefty orcish form. And the rest of you are going to make your way over to
Boone gives you a weird look. He's nice trick.
I'll be like, Dirks, I've got the thing, and I grunt, and there's steam that comes out of my nose.
Oh.
So the 2 of you are going to head off to this confrontation. And the rest of you are going to go and see this dwarven woman.
Ita.
Okay.
That's where I'm heading. Yeah.
Okay.
Brock and Kev, which way are you going?
Milkshake. Oh, great.
Okay. I would like to begin with Boone and Alana as closer of the 2. You guys make your way close, and you can see these 2 of the Godsman figures are one is dwarven in build and shorter and stockier, wearing pretty much the same kind of attire as you see Dawkin. You see a long leather jacket and stained plain shirt, heavy work boots and gloves on. and the other you actually recognize, like you see an orcish figure, same kind of attire, as both are wearing these big heavy packs that you can see are heavily strapped down and like tied down on their backs. The 3 or 4 crimson coin have 2 are just standing in front with like arms crossed, just like stopping them. The other 2 are just kind of pushing them slightly, just like as they're like crowding to just try and push them against the edge of 2 different like chateaus. So there's a pillar between 2 gates. They're kind of corralling them too. And as you guys walk up, you can just hear some just not so thinly veiled threats about what will happen if they don't come with them. But they don't seem to pay any attention to your approach.
Just keep walking like straight up to them.
As the 2 who are back and the two who are like pinning them into this corner, you can see they're not like the 2 godsmen. They're giving ground, but they're not afraid. But they actually, you know what? Both of you make insight checks.
Oh, this is. I spoke so soon. I got a natural 1.
That was a roller coaster.
I was like, I'm actually not bad at this one, and then that one.
I got 16.
Okay, then Allie, Boone is just, you've been hot-headed since the moment you walked out the door this morning. You see Crimson Coin and you're just itching for a fight. You don't care about anything else. Allie, just being surprisingly the cool-headed one here, you look and see both of the Godsman figures are making a point to put their backs against the wall to like almost protect the packs more than, you know, worry about themselves. Like they're not worried about these guys hurting them. Like they look pretty tough. They could probably fight. They may very well get very hurt or killed by these guys, but it's like they're not afraid of that. But they're still trying to be protective of the things that they have with them. As you guys make your approach, the 2 pinning them into the wall don't really notice you, but the other 2 who have their backs to you hear your approach, as it wasn't particularly stealthy, and the one turns, says, "Piss off out of here. Just coin business."
I don't think I will.
He reaches down to like pull the sidearm, the firearm that he has at his hip, and the other begins to do the same.
What you want with their stuff?
None of your fucking business. As I said, coin business. You're not coin. And he pulls the gun full and holds it up. Both kind of aim one at you, one at the other. Say, keep walking, or you're gonna have another fucking hole in your body.
How close are we to the bridge?
50 feet.
Okay. I'll look back at like the orc thing. I don't really want another hole in my body.
That's what I thought.
How close are we to them?
To the coin?
Yeah, to these 2 coin that are talking to us.
It's up to you. I mean, they drew at about 10 feet.
Okay. I'll see if Brawley does anything first before I do anything else.
No, she'll just kind of stand there at the ready and just whatever you want to do.
Can I try and overhear what they're saying to the other 2, or are they just like generally harassing them?
They've basically just been saying, like, if you don't come with us, it's not you who we're going to hurt. Along those lines. And you can see the 2 are not concerned. Well, they're a little concerned at that idea, but they are still being protective of like the packs. And now both of them are looking to you guys as like, is this the chance for them to run? Is this a chance to fight? They're not, you know, you're not sure. You vaguely recognize them, like you've seen them around in the foundry. So you know that they are indeed Godsmen, but like or at least connected in some way. But they, you don't know their names, you don't know them personally. The coin member, though, who's pulled on you, says, "I'm not gonna fucking count. Get moving now." And like pulls the hammer back on the gun, aims it high.
Both hands up. All right. And then
Good
I'll
choice.
touch the glaive. I'll touch the glaive behind me, and then sphere of darkness around all of us.
Ooh.
Okay. You two, go ahead and roll initiative. We're just gonna do this theater of the mind.
Let's do it. Oh, Boone. This is okay. You got a 15 for initiative. I just missed Val's initiative. Jeez.
I got 12.
Scott, what is your dexterity?
+1.
And Allie, what'd you roll, sorry?
I had 12.
Okay.
Man, I need some cooler music. Let's get some fucking pumped up music here.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Oh, wait. Okay. As you cast the sphere of darkness, immediately just boom, billows out. Almost as a reaction to seeing you like touch the glaive, they both fire, and they will get their first shots without disadvantage, and then the second shot, as the darkness creeps in, will give the disadvantage. But because they were already like prepped and ready to fire.
Yeah, they got cocked their gun.
They are ready. So the first two shots will be straight rolls at both of you from each of these two guys who get to go before you guys. Against Boone, that's going to be a 23, but against Allie, it's an 11.
23 would hit me, yeah.
Okay, so Boone, you suffer 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And 14 points of poison damage.
Okay.
And Alana misses you. The second shot, the darkness creeps in, so they have disadvantage. So the first one against Boone is a 17.
Nope.
And the second, against Alana is a 16.
That's my AC, so yeah, it hits.
So the second one does get through to you.
Okay.
For a total of 6 points of piercing damage and 14 points of poison damage, reduced to 7 for you, as you have a natural resistance.
Okay.
They both fire, and they seem to hold their position, but you immediately lose them in the darkness as it creeps in. You can all hear the rest of the party, who at this point you would have been like just about 15 feet, 20 feet shy of this dwarven woman who's like finishing putting up these posters. You hear 4 shots ring out from behind, and you could have a chance to act, but it'll be after this round of initiative. Boone, you are next. What are you doing?
So I got reach 5 feet on this thing. So could I hit
10
this guy
feet.
from here? So can I hit this guy from here?
Yeah.
Sick. So I'm gonna roll to attack this guy, but I would have disadvantage on the roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me make sure that's the right one. Yes. So does 17 hit?
17.
Oh wait, sorry, I have to roll with disadvantage. Yes. So 17 hit.
17 just hits.
Okay, great. And then, oh my god, it's so fun rolling with different thing. Okay, so 11, but then let me add this radiant one. 11 straight damage, and then radiant damage is an 8. So that's 13, and then because we're in my darkness thing, I get the glaive's like scary thing, which is looking quickly. 1d10, add 1d10. What is that? I can't even see. +5. So 13 plus 5, right? 18.
18 points. Okay.
That's my first attack.
Yep.
And then I'll make another attack with disadvantage. Roll again. Ooh, it's a 15 and a 19. So let's roll this quick.
Yeah, that'll hit.
9 plus radiant is 6. So that's 15 plus a d10. Did I say 15 there?
Mm-hmm.
So then plus 6 is 21.
Awesome. As the darkness spreads out from you, and immediately in that same motion, you draw the glaive, and you feel one shot kind of as you begin moving. It was aimed kind of in right at your face. And as you begin moving, it kind of clips the top of your shoulder, and it hits your armor more than anything else. But it kind of spins you for a moment. So your first strike deals not, it strikes, but it's not a killing blow. But as you bring the second one back around, you can feel it have really strong connection, and you can feel that dark energy just kind of seep out from the darkness and grab hold of whatever life force and draw it into the jade blade of regrets. That's your action.
As this is happening, by the way, Brawley, if you took like a tiny glance before the darkness enveloped, something like jade-esque that's like jagged has formed on Boone's face before all the like darkness encompasses him.
Yeah, you saw this flare for a moment before darkness fully enveloped you both.
Oh yeah, what cool bonus action shit could I do? I mean, do I want to go all out here? I don't really want to go out. What does this do? Do features and traits. What is Vow of Enmity? Maybe I'll use that.
It's your channel divinity that would give you advantage on attacks against one target.
I won't even do anything yet. I won't use a bonus action. I will just be so jacked up to be fighting with two hands again. It'll have like caught me off guard.
Are you going to hold your 10-foot back position?
Like to keep it that distance?
Because to position yourselves, you are 10 feet back of these two guys, but the other two and the two godsmen would have been like another 10 feet past that.
So the sphere originated like 15 feet from me, so I think I'll have like attacked twice, and then I'm going to take 10 feet steps to my left, just to try to move out of the way of where they were before.
Okay, that works. You kind of just position,
like crouch down, yeah.
And taking that move will keep Alana and these two guys, and it will slowly kind of move in. It won't encompass the other four. It might get one of the godsmen kind of close to the edge of it, but it won't encompass them just yet.
Oh, does it stay on me after I cast it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool. Great. Sick.
I guess it doesn't have to. I envisioned it sticking with the blade.
I'm down with it. It's very cool.
I think it's
cool. Cool. Yeah.
That is cool.
That's very cool.
But it is concentration. Just keep that in mind.
Yep. Oh, okay, good to know. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess you need to make 2 concentration checks for the 2 hits you took.
I only took one.
Then
I
one.
can roll
Con save. DC
yeah,
10.
con save. Hit this. Oh, my stupid thing won't add stuff up. Oh, I don't think I made it. So this would affect a bunch of shit. Oh, where's the thing?
Con save 10.
I rolled an 8.
8 total. Wow. Even with your charisma modifier added in?
And would my charisma modifier be added in for my con save?
As a paladin.
Then no. Then I would have had a 19.
Yeah, how'd you go from an 8 to a 19? You have an 11.
My con save says +5. My charisma's +11.
Sorry. Okay, so what's your constitution score?
I forgot. It's, yeah, okay.
It automatically adds in the 3 for your charisma, yeah?
I see, yes, it does. So it still is a fail. It's an 8.
Okay.
It's an 8.
So we'll keep it for your first round, and as you reposition, the darkness does kind of dissipate off of your blade. However, now you can see clearly, Alana, this jade kind of like jagged mass, these kind of hooked horns, and this kind of like snarling wide smile kind of like mask over top of Boone's face as he has taken this position now with this large glaive in hand, but the darkness does fade.
It's It's got like two fangs like this jutting out of mouth and fangs like this jutting out of mouth.
Oh, that's cool.
And that takes us to Alana. Now, with no darkness obscuring, you can see the one guy that Boone was focused on is severely hurt and is like gripping at his stomach, where you can see blood pooling from beneath like the body armor. The other guy who had shot at you is now kind of getting his sight back and then focusing in on you once more. And you can now see the others in the back are beginning to kind of like the two guys in the back are drawing their pistols, and the two godsmen are beginning to kind of look at each other to like get away from this whole encounter. What are you doing?
Okay, first, go rage.
Nice.
And then,
So good.
because she just doesn't care, she's just gonna attack the guy that's down.
Go ahead. Make your attack roll.
Okay, that's 13 to hit.
13 will not hit, unfortunately.
Okay. That's better. 21 to hit.
That'll hit. This is the guy who shot at you, or the guy who's hurt?
The guy that's hurt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Is he the one that's in front of me?
There are two guys like directly in front of you. One of them is aiming directly at you. The other was aiming at Boone and is now kind of like leaning over. As you see Boone, as the darkness fades, you see Boone's moved a little bit away, and this guy is bleeding from like two open wounds.
Okay, I'll take out the guy that has the gun in front of me then.
You gotta go ahead and make attacks against him.
That is 16 damage.
Okay. That immediately, as like he's like blinking from the darkness and the light comes back in, you just and you slam down with the hammer, and he just kind of stumbles back as you make your second attack.
Yep.
Oh wait, your first
I did.
attack,
Yeah, I failed.
first attack was a miss. So the first attack, he's like blinking, but like manages to dodge. But you do clock him in the side, and he gets a nice walloping. With that second strike and your bonus action enraged, and you're just going to stand in front and in between the two of them, or do you want to reposition?
Yep. Nope. She's gonna stay there.
Perfect. At this point, the two godsman figures begin to kind of turn, and having no weapons, they are just going to try and grapple the other two guys and just kind of grab them and like hold them against the gate that's there, and just like slam them into it.
Do we get an attack of opportunity for them moving?
So it's there are two guys, and then there's two other guys. So they're attacking
it's
the two other guys.
Okay.
And on a forced move, I don't give that attacks of opportunity because
Yeah.
then it would become crazy. Okay, so this is the athletics check for one, and the resistance for the other. Okay, and the other one. Yes, they managed to both grab hold of these mercenaries, these Crimson Coin mercenaries, and they slam them headlong into the gate. And you watch both of them kind of clang their heads into the metal. They take a little bit of damage, not a ton. And then they both of these godsmen kind of pin them to the gate. And the one dwarf looks over at you guys and says, "I don't know who the fuck you are, but thanks." And then he's just gonna push, and they're both gonna start making their way away from these mercy killers, or the mercenaries. They're gonna start making their way in the direction of the foundry, just starting to hustle. As the other two guys pick themselves up, they look at you guys, and they are going to, they're going to say, "Fuck this," and they're going to start running around you guys, following in the direction of the other two godsmen. Taking full dash.
Do they go within 10 feet of me?
They make a point to try and keep away, but they're not smart enough to know your reach, so you get one shot at one of them.
Let's do it. Roll. Oops, wrong roll. This one. Roll damage first. 16 hit?
16 does not hit. 17
Just take a
AC.
swipe.
You swipe out, but they just manage to just pull out of the way as they begin rushing off, just running, just like full sprint, just like totally not prepared for this encounter. As we come back to the top of the round, the two who are still fighting you are going to stay and fight as the guy who's injured reloads his pistol, fires up, and is going to take 2 shots at you, Boone. Wow, bad. 8 and a 9.
Oh,
Ooh.
He just like the gut wound, he just like fires, and you fully deflect the one bullet with the blade, and the other shot rings off, but like you just sidestep and just he's totally like bleeding out. You can see he is on his last legs, and he's like kind of hobbling, and he's just kind of like aiming and like kind of wearily stumbling, now kind of beginning to trail after these other guys, but moving way slower. The other guy, in direct combat with Ali, as his head gets fucking wrung, he looks at you, says, "Who the fuck are you?" He's going to take his action to disengage, and is going to start following the other guy, and the full dash. You guys came in hard and hot, and they are, well, they're running. Boone, what do you?
I will start walking towards this guy, just like dragging the glaive along, and then the mask is gonna like flare a bit, just like crackle a bit, and be like,
"We thought you said you were going to count to 3.
And then I'm gonna like slam it down on this guy if I can.
Go ahead.
Not damage first, come on. Ooh, 27 for the first one.
Yeah, it definitely hits.
So that's 6 plus 5 is 11, plus 6 is 17 for the first hit. 26 for the next one. Oh, this is gonna be bad. 10 plus 5 is 15, plus this radiant d8. 9, so 19 damage.
Yeah, the first slam down brings him to his knees, and it's just like choking on blood, and the second just nail in the coffin.
I'll like kneel down before that like last one, to like the face is just like staring at this guy and be like
3.
and then I'll just like slam it through him.
Yeah. He falls back and just kind of staring up in this kind of horrified stare, the gun clattering off to the side. Alana, you're up. Or I guess, Boone, you have bonus action and movement. You moved about half your move already.
Bonus action, I will just look around to see if there's anyone watching, if there's any like mercy killers like about to run up to us or anything like that.
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check.
I add 0 to that. That's so funny. 2.
Oh, no.
You just focused on the
Just
moment.
transfixed, yeah.
You
Finally
watched
gets a little bit of
more-
vengeance.
Yeah, the blood like just seeping out onto the cobblestone, and you can just feel that like the vengeance you've been hunting is finally kind of like on the precipice, and there's just that energy that is just kind of crackling within you. It's a little crazed. As Alana, what are you doing?
So I just the one guy, and he's like almost down, right?
Oh yeah.
She's mad. Can she just jump on top of him and then like do an unarmed strike and just beat the shit out of him like this in his head?
Oh yeah. Do you want to? I mean, you can just do straight like just punches. If you want to try to like bring him down to the ground and like pin him,
Yeah.
or do you want to try and just straight just like, because you're taking just punching damage is like 1 plus your strength plus your rage bonus.
Yeah.
But if you want to try and like grapple
I'll,
and
like,
hold,
Yeah, and like hold him down.
sure. Go ahead and make an athletics check at advantage.
Okay.
And I will make an acrobatics check to see if you can avoid this. That's very unlikely.
Oh, natural 20.
Yeah. No, that was a 5.
Oof.
So you just like, just seeing like, reflecting that same rage and vengeance in Boone, you just charge forth and just like hammer down to the side, just jump, and you grab hold, and both arms just kind of wrap around the neck, and you just you come back down and kind of fall back on your own back, and just like full like headlock pin this guy to the ground, and he's just like squirming and trying to move. He does have the gun, and he's trying to kind of pull it up towards to shoot at you, but it's not his turn yet. So that's your first attack. Do you want to try and punch with your second attack, or do you want to shoot with your second attack?
Would I see him trying to grab the gun? Can I bite him?
Sure. Do you want to try and get him to drop the gun?
Yeah.
Let's do just like a contested, just straight strength versus, we'll call his constitution for him to see if he can withstand the bite. So this is just a straight strength roll for you at advantage because you are raging.
Okay.
Versus his constitution. Not bad.
19. I rolled an 18 and a 19.
Pretty good.
Yeah, plus your full strength modifier.
Plus my full strength. Yeah. So +5.
He rolled good, but as he's kind of coming up, you, with like the headlock with the one arm, you push the hand up higher and you just bite down hard. And where the hand is, you separate like the flesh between the thumb and the rest of the hand, and like you bite clean through. The thumb is still attached, but like it is not good. Like you bit hard. The gun comes clattering and kind of falls into the ground as this guy screams out into the air. At this point, the rest of the party has certainly heard this action go down. Is there anything the rest of you guys want to do as you see two of the godsmen are kind of running, two other mercenaries are running after them, or at least in the same direction? Alana has one pinned to the ground, one's dead, and Boone is kind of towering over it. And you notice Hilda is taken aback and is like clutching a bundle of papers and is kind of beginning to make her way back across the bridge, like a couple of steps, like slowly. Rest of the party, anything?
I'll go on the earring. You guys got this, or do you wanna?
You can respond.
I don't have an earring.
We got this.
Yeah, you do.
Spits blood out.
Yeah.
We gave you one, didn't we?
This.
No, I gave that to Mordo.
Oh, we used Mordecai, that's right. All right. So can you confirm the woman we're looking for, when you said she starts to go back up over the bridge, is that towards which side of the bridge is that? Towards the ladies' ward?
Yeah, like she's just like fearful, like pulling away.
The opposite side of the bridge of us.
No, you're on the lower ward. She was coming back to the lower ward.
I understand, but now she's retreating back towards the ladies' ward.
Yeah, she's scared as fuck.
I understand, but there's no we'd have to pass this commotion in order to get to her anyway.
You guys are already past it. It's behind you.
Okay, I get it now. What is? I'll send that message first. In that time, Hondo and Gord, are you guys doing anything?
Are you going to try and basically, do you want to try and jump into the fray, or do you want to try and stay the course of like trying to talk to this woman and try and see where this goes? It's up to you. There's no like push to do anything. It was just if you wanted to, go ahead. If not, don't worry about it.
I mean, I'm always up for a fight. I could jump in.
Okay. At this point, the closest one who isn't being grappled by Atlanta is about 120 feet from you.
Is he running towards them though?
Running away.
Okay.
And I guess that's too
It's
far
very far for you.
That's too far for even Whisper to.
Now you can run and dash and throw, but
I'll take that chance.
okay.
Well,
Using a dash with your bonus action, you can clear 60 feet, and then Whisper's long range, I think, is 60, right?
Yes.
So you can just get it at the long range of Whisper with Sharpshooter. You can get it. So go ahead and make an attack roll.
All right. Let's see.
As Hondo breaks away from your group.
So that's 17 total. 14.
Oh my god.
17 just hits.
Ha!
Let's go ahead and make your attack roll, or go ahead and make your roll your damage. And I would, unfortunately, there's no sneak attack on this, as there are no allies within 5 feet.
So just 3d4.
Yeah.
3. Oh, okay. Not bad.
Plus your modifier.
11 plus 8. 15.
15. Okay, this guy. Yeah, and are you going to teleport along with it, or are you going to have the dagger come back to you?
I'll teleport with it.
You appear on the other side, and you just like have the dagger right in the small of this guy's back, but just like, ah! And he kind of turns back with the pistol kind of like in hand, like not really intending to use it, but then sees this fucking person right there, and you just watch this like color drain from his face, and he's like,
Peekaboo.
It's you. And your action in this case to jump into this fray. Go ahead and just roll initiative.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Plus your
6 on the
initiative is
dice.
still a lot.
And so 6, and I think my initiative is 12, 18.
Oh my god.
That puts you up at the top. Okay. We'll come back
The terror of the exchange of it's you, peekaboo. It's just so perfect.
Gord, are you going to stay with Mary and trying to speak to this woman, or are you going to join into the fight?
I'll stay with the woman.
Okay. And
I
we'll
love
come
it.
back to
They're
you
just
guys.
talking to this old woman. They're just insanity on both ends of her going on.
I'll
There we-
pull out the shield, like activate the animated shield, and just kind of put it up in front of where she is, and well, like I know it's around me, but I'll try to like approach and just have that up in front of us.
Just go ahead and make a charisma check.
Oh
Like-
no.
I mean, you're making like a protective like move, but it's also like a kind of aggressive thing to like say you're in, she's a threat.
No, I understand. Oh, I rolled a 17 on the dice, so I think that's an 18. No, it's a 19. No, that's a save. 18.
Just straight charisma
Just check, not save. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you just activate the shield to kind of give that extra protection, and you can see the look of fear. She wasn't really paying attention to you guys, and then the second that Hondo disappears and the fight kind of continues, you can see fear. But then as you activate the shield and have like a calming kind of presence of, without saying anything, or just saying, not to worry, and like you look less imposing and less frightening, and with Gord beside you, it's actually not a super imposing, threatening move between the two of you. And she doesn't calm, but she doesn't run from you. And she's just like, kind of takes a note that like, okay, there's someone here to watch me. As we come back to the two mercenaries who are running are now involved in a fight because Hondo is on their ass. And one guy who is Hondo, you just stabbed, he's going to turn and just kind of take 2 quick shots at you in close range. That is going to be a 17 to hit.
No.
And then a 25 to hit.
There you go, baby.
The first one, as he just like kind of brings it up after like the pain, kind of swings around and just shoots before he even aims at you, and it just kind of fires off into the air. The second one, he just kind of is still moving and is like shoots at you before leaving your range, and does manage to connect for 10 points of piercing damage and 6 points of poison damage, total of 16.
Okay.
And then he is just continuing to run. You can get an attack of opportunity if you want.
Ooh, yes. I will do that. Do I have to roll for that?
You have to roll to hit. If you hit, he doesn't move because you're sentinel, and you get sneak attack.
Okay, so...
Yeah.
19.
You hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
The
No,
19
yeah.
for the listener.
Yeah,
Fine.
19 naturally. Plus his modifier is a 30 something. Plus sneak attack.
Oh, right.
So 6 on your dagger.
66, right?
I think so, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not great.
It is not
18.
great.
18 and 8.
18 and 8 is
26.
And he doesn't move. And you can see as he like fires, and it does kind of wing your shoulder as he finally gets that first shot in, and he like kind of turns to run again, and you get the dagger as he kind of raises his arm up to kind of turn and run. You get the dagger up into like the armpit, and you hook it underneath and like pull him right back, and he just like screams out in pain as you hold him in place with the dagger in this terrible position.
I hope you use deodorant, man. It's gonna sting.
He just screams in pain and is clearly on death's door. The other guy sees that and is just gonna fucking run. Like, you've already used your reaction. He's out of everyone else's range, and he's just doing full action run. Just run the fuck away, and he's just panting to run. Gets a full 60-foot dash, like surpassing the two guys from the Godsman, and he's just on a full run. The Godsmen are like kind of pulled off to the side, and they're running too, but this guy is running in fear where they're running just for safety.
Can I take an attack of opportunity on any of them running, like try and hit their legs or something?
You just use your attack of opportunity, so you don't have a secondary reaction.
So you got this guy.
However, it's your turn.
Yeah.
So you have one guy who is on death's door and one guy who is now 60 feet from you.
I'm going to leave the death's door guy because maybe we can interrogate him.
Okay.
So I will go for one of the running guys.
There's only one guy running now, and this other guy. Allie has the other one currently pinned to the ground about 60 feet back from you. So you can...
The one running.
Do you want to use your action to dash and get in melee, or are you looking to throw and hit at range?
I'm imagining that if I throw from here and I hit him, he'll like fall and like be wounded type thing, right? He won't be able to run, basically.
Here's what I'm going to say then. I'm going to let you do a called shot to go for like the ankle, and it would like sever the Achilles if you hit. However, AC increases +5.
Ooh.
So,
but you hit on like a 3 before, pal. Like, I think you can do it.
I think I can do it.
This is a called shot, but you're a marksman. You're a sharpshooter. So 5 increase to AC, and I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
Clear the die, and my roll is a 9.
Plus total
9 plus.
AC 22.
I think it's 14. Yes, so 23.
You just made it. As you look at the guy, you pull the dagger out from his under his armpit, and blood just gushes down, and he just screams out as you pull the dagger out. You watch this guy just sprinting, full sprint, and you just kind of spin the dagger, catch it on the tip, and you just wait for your moment. And just as he brings his leg up in the kick up, and you catch as it goes down to touch the ground where it's stable for that one moment, and it's at its full extension, the muscle is at its full extended position. The dagger connects, and you just watch it just cleanly slice in. Are you teleporting along, or does it come back to your hand?
Because he's now, I don't have to worry about him too much.
Yeah.
And then
you know it hit, and you just watch as he screams in pain. Roll damage.
Oh, yes.
Your sneak attack included. I'm going to give you a sneak on that.
Oh,
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
To accentuate the cutting of the Achilles.
27 plus 8.
Okay.
Is 35.
Thank you. Yep. Yeah, and you just watch it. He just kind of tumbles and falls. The pistol kind of skids out of his hand, and he just screams in pain, pulling his leg up to his chest and kind of pushing the back of his ankle as he just like is howling and kind of rolling, blood just gushing. It's your action. You have a bonus.
So I threw at that guy, and that guy with the armpit is still here, right?
Yeah, your dagger. And this guy's right here.
So
what I'm going to do is, when I get my dagger back, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to super kick him down.
Fucking love it.
Okay, let's do, because it's not necessarily like it is attack roll, but it's more fun to do it like it's like a contested roll. So do an acrobatics check versus his acrobatics to see if he can like dodge out of the way. But I will give you advantage and him disadvantage given the situation.
All right. So acrobatics, you said?
Yeah, you don't need advantage. Don't worry about it.
And 11, 21, yeah.
Yeah, he rolled a 2 and a 3. Just bleeding out as you just get the dagger back, kind of look at this guy, spin up and kick, and just kind of catch him right under the chin.
Yeah.
And then just comes back down, head cracks into the stone. You can see blood, a little bit of blood kind of pool up from the back of his head as he is knocked unconscious on the ground, bleeding out.
It's never good to have your foot in your mouth.
That is... I guess technically there's still the guy being grappled by Alana. However, given that you have this guy grappled, one guy unconscious, one guy dead, and one guy holding on to his torn Achilles, I'd say the combat comes to an end.
Sure.
What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna collect some of the guns.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely collect my guy's gun. What's the bridge that we walked across? What's beneath the bridge?
Nothing.
I fucking throw the guy's body over the side of the bridge.
Okay. You
just like dragging glaive one hand, Bigsby's arm, dragging his body, shove his gun in my belt, and then fucking throw this guy over the side.
It does not do a lot to calm Hilda as you throw this body, but you are able to easily just throw the body over the edge, putting the gun in one. Hondo, you're able to collect 2 guns. And Alana, you still have... This guy is the least hurt of all of them, the one that you have pinned. But there's no way he's escaping from your grip. Like, you have this guy on full lock, and his hand, his gun hand, is severely wounded, and the gun is fallen away. So he has no way to really fight you right now. As we will jump ahead a little bit to Mary and Gord, as the fight ends, and you can hear the kind of all it sounds now is the pain of the still remaining conscious, and this dwarven woman is kind of just like clutching her papers to her chest as she looks past you to see the mess that just happened. Both of you have pretty high passive perceptions. And this was not a busy street. However, the action here has definitely drawn the attention of, you can see multiple different windows begin to kind of be opened, and people are starting to poke heads out of the manor houses along this row of houses. There are people on the bridge who are like kind of making kind of looky-loo, kind of like, what the fuck is going on up there? They seem to just be like kind of people. They don't look like there's any kind of authority here. But there are lots of eyes on this scene now. Mary and Gord, what are you doing?
Now that the... maybe I'll, since I was kind of standing in front of her in a protective stance, almost turn so that like I'm semi-blocking her view of the horror. But not in a threatening way, just like I'll keep the shield up for now, and just turn and say, perhaps maybe, do you want an escort home?
I suppose that would be, I suppose that would be nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Can never be too careful.
Shit's crazy.
Make you say that again.
Let's just get across, yeah?
Well, I kind of have to, I live, she kind of points like past the blood. I live that way.
Okay. Magic scare you?
A little. I don't know much about it. She kind of looks a little past you now to just kind of get an idea of the scope of things.
How far is this bridge?
How far?
Like how far across? Like if we're on one side, we have to get to the other side.
We don't have to get to the other side. She lives in the lower ward.
Okay, right. She lives just the blood is behind us now because everything moved past us. I understand. Okay. Let's just why don't we just get moving for now? I'll go on the earring. We're gonna just keep walking, and maybe I encourage you guys to clean this up quickly because cops. And I'll let her kind of lead the way.
She just begins kind of walking past, and as she gets close now to the scene, as Boone chucks the one over the edge, and she kind of is frightened of Boone's visage and the action here. As she gets up to Hondo and Alana, and to the one other fallen one by Hondo, she does look down at the one that Hondo has, and she kind of looks at you, Hondo, and kind of gives you a nod. It's like, good riddance, and begins kind of walking alongside Mary and Gord. She kind of looks to you and says, I'm not always one for violence, but these Crimson Coin they can fuck off. I live a little ways up this way. And she begins leading you through outside of this kind of Gothic manor area and more towards these kind of smaller slums, smaller abodes, and leads you down to kind of a taller building that has multiple floors, almost like apartment style. And then off to the side, she leads down into a basement level, and she goes down a set of steps, and she opens the door. And she kind of looks to you, and Gord says, I really appreciate the escort. Perhaps I could offer you something to drink, or we don't have much in way of food, but I'm sure we could scrounge something up. Something to repay you.
Are we all there, or could Boone have done something before he's caught up with them?
As far as I know, the party is now split from fighters
okay, good. I just want to make sure.
And escorters. This is just Mary and Gort who are going to be involved in this discussion.
Perfect. Okay, great.
Sure. Does she still have a handful of flyers?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're crumpled a little bit now, but...
do you mind if I see one of those?
Oh, well, sure. And she kind of flattens it out and hands it to you. It's my husband. He's been missing for some time. You can see a fairly crude dwarven male drawing, just like a headshot. It seems like a large smile beneath a bushy beard that's kind of tangled and a little wiry, less, no good braids with nice gold rings or anything like that. Just this kind of haphazard beard and kind of wild, crazy mane of hair. But he seems like a jolly fellow.
Is there a name on the poster?
Calic Barrelbane.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
It just says modest reward promised for information of his whereabouts or safe return. See Hilda Barrelbane in the lower ward.
Sure, we'd appreciate lunch, mind you, and I hope I'm not being too forward here. Might be able to help with this? Maybe.
Her eyes light up immediately at the thought.
Admittedly, before I get too excited, I know a lot of that back there is scary, but there are people. Not the Crimson Coin, the other one, and I need something from one of them. So you okay if I give them directions to here?
Oh, sure. If you have any information, and if any of your friends are, sure.
Okay, I'll just go on the earring and just relay left here, right here, whatever, and follow her inside.
There's maybe 10 minutes, maybe 12 minutes. Yeah. It's not far. But she leads you inside, and it's a relatively small kind of basement apartment. It's kind of stone walls with kind of mudded like texturing to it. But it's warmly lit. You can see it's been like the wall space has been well used. It's full of like shelves that have been made, and it's full of jarred pickled things, and like you can see lots of candles that have been burned down to small husks of wax. There's a relatively large table in the middle of the room, and you can see a faint kind of kitchen setup, and there is two kind of separators, like wall separators that are kind of makeshift, and you can see just a bunch of like kind of blankets and bed rolls in the other area of the room. And it seems like that's all it is. And there are 4 other figures in the room as you kind of enter, all anywhere from about 7 to 15-year-old children, dwarven kids, that are just kind of like, they're kind of like suddenly just kind of looking around and kind of munching on some stale bread and looking at you guys. And she kind of shoos them around the corner. We have guests, just play quietly over there. They might just over there. And she kind of ushers you in to sit at the table, and just kind of like trying to like make something up for you all, for you both, I should say.
I'll pull out the remaining donuts and just if they're really good, and kind of like hold them out like towards where the kids are, but like looking at the mom.
You see all all 4 kids like kind of come around the corner at the smell, and it's just this kind of like wafting sweet honey, and they all are kind of looking, and then they kind of look at her, and she looks at you and says, "Are you sure? Those look expensive."
Absolutely, they're great, and too much sugar. You know, we've already eaten plenty.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll just set them down or like lean them over. I don't want to spook them.
The kids just like ravenously rush up and like grab one each, and then rush back into their area. And you can just hear them munching happily and kind of giggling, as Hilda just kind of sets out some very simple cups and saucers and things, and is trying to make a tea. That you can see there's just like not any fine leaf, but more like a pine needle, like nettle tea. She's in the process of mixing up, and she says, "I'm sorry to be so forward, but if you say you have information, it's been a long time."
Not specifically information now. A way to get it. We have an item that might be able to help, but it's in my friend's bag, so we're gonna have to wait on them. In the meantime, do you have anything, something that might help? Do you have anything of his?
Of his? Well, sure.
Anything that he would have, clothes, or ideally something more on his person than others?
I surely have clothes. One moment. And she kind of steps into the area where the kids are, and you just see a chest kind of get open, and she's rifling through some things, and kind of comes back with this like thick wool shirt. She kind of says, he wore this quite a bit.
Okay. This isn't my area of expertise. My friend here, point over to Gord, is probably what I'm going to be doing, what we're looking for. But like I said, we just need something from our friend's bag. I don't want to get hopes up, and especially of the little ones around the corner. I know where you are, and hope is good and scary. If he's around, if he's somewhere here, we might be able to get or see more information about him using that. But I don't want to make any promises.
No, I understand. Pardon. My name's Hilda Fairplain. These are our children. Any information would be peace of mind, even if it's the worst. We've been pushing the worst off for over a year now. Some closure of some kind. Or something to make this year and a bit of hope pay off.
There's like an immediate, like cold hurt in the chest for a second. Flashback at what closure she just got very recently. That took 20 years. Just sips her tea. Waiting very impatiently now.
As you guys wait here for a few minutes, the three of you have three mercenaries. One is unconscious and bleeding out and will die unless one of you are able to stabilize him. One is going to bleed out, but a little slower because Hondo cut his Achilles. The other will probably be unconscious because Allie's going to cut off his air supply. What do you guys want to do with them?
Do we want to interrogate them?
I'm just like walking back. Still got the mask thing going, still crazy looking. I'll just like stand by Brawley for a second and just look at her and be like,
What do you want to do with him?
You could always keep one to interrogate, but I would suggest we keep one if we're going to do that. If not, just off all of them. Who cares?
I'll just like start walking past her towards Hondo, and seeing people are watching, I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy and like raise my voice. And then I'll say,
The Crimson Coin's time of chaos is over.
and it's like a modulated like version of like Boone's voice.
Look for the signs. The city needs you. Order is returning. For the lady, for the cage, for the people.
Just throw a straight charisma check.
Oh, that's so cool.
Or no, I take it back. It's a performance check, which in theory could just be a charisma check. But performance is what I'm looking for.
Not bad, 14.
Okay. It sways at least the two members of your party who are there, and it's difficult to make out the people who are watching from windows, as many of them are kind of still in shadow, just kind of like looking through kind of veil curtains and things, like sheer curtains. Nobody is like openly kind of leaning up. I shouldn't say that. Some people are. Some people have come out to balconies. And the people who have crossed the bridge now are kind of coming up on you. Still no sign of mercy killers or any type of authority, thankfully. And you believe at least some of these people have heard your message and it seemed to have some sway. But what is the decision to be done here?
So I'm assuming that, so you said one is unconscious, one is about to die, right?
The one that you like kicked in the face has smacked his head on the ground and will bleed out from the wound to his head. Alana has one that she could basically snap his neck in a second or just drop him unconscious and drag him around and he'll wake up because it's non-lethal. The one who you've cut the Achilles of also will bleed out over time, but he is still alive.
Okay,
So still conscious.
The ankle guy, we will take him. The head guy that I just kicked, I'm going to quickly give him a fatal blow, and then I'm going to cut his face off.
No. We don't have time for
That
this.
will take way too long.
It'll take so long. We got to get out of here before the cops show up.
I'm going to quickly cut his face out.
Hondo, you have a way to disguise yourself as anybody. You don't need their face.
There is a point to this. There's a big
I just made a
point.
rousing speech, and now your face cutting off is going to make it very weird.
Don't worry.
It will take like 10 minutes to do that.
I'll drag him to the corner. I'll do it in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Can I, the guy I'm holding, can I snap his head off? But then or not his head. Sorry, not his head off.
You
just
can
like
snap
it.
his neck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not off. Sorry.
Jesus.
But what I'm gonna do is I'll quickly, like, if I can, run to a corner that's like well hidden, and then tap off, and then I'm back as me, so no
Sure.
one can see I'm the orc now.
Yep. As you both you and Hondo drag the corpses to be off to the side and finish them off you drop your spell, leave the alley. Are you guys going to wait 10 minutes for Hondo to finish cutting off this dude's face?
No. Sorry.
I will go to the last guy, who's like bleeding out. Is he unconscious?
He's still conscious, and he's been like dragging himself away, but very, very slowly.
Okay. I'll just like slowly walk up to him, like tilting my head like side to side, like looking around. Like I'll like move like a little bit closer to him, and I'll grab him by his ankle and like drag him back towards me a bit, and then like perching over him, I'm gonna cast 1 hit point of Lay on Hands to like stop his bleeding, and then I'll say,
Tell your friends what you saw here. We wish we could have more fun, but we has things to do.
and then I'll just like smash him back down into like the pavement, and then just start walking towards where I saw Brawley go.
Okay. So wait. You're gonna kill. Hondo's gonna kill the one who is basically dying. Allie is gonna kill the other one, and then you're gonna knock out the other one.
I just wanted to heal him. This was more just for like emphasis,
okay.
Not like yeah.
That's fine. I thought the way you were saying it was like knock him out.
Seeing Hondo doing something scary in shadows, Boone doesn't have time for that, so he'd like walk towards where he saw Brawley, because he doesn't have an earring, and so then if he catches Brawley in the shadows or whatever, he would just go towards her and be like,
Do we know where to go?
"This is to you, Brawley."
Did we not?
I don't know if you were here. You went to the
where they
bathroom,
went?
but Mary did say on the earring. She did say.
Oh,
where
she
to go.
did? Okay. So then,
directions.
yeah, I'll relay that and be like, I think Mary said it's just down around this way.
Okay. I'll extend my little hand to you for a second.
Okay.
Just like extend my hand like this, and then like this like shimmering green like jade, almost like a fractal of jade will like appear beneath us, and I'll dimension door us like in that direction, and I'll drop my mask.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
26.
Okay. Allie, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh no, I'm -1. 15. I got a 16, so 15.
You add +3 to any saves near me.
Ooh.
So
18.
18?
With the successful save from Boone, it makes yours a little easier as like the passenger, and you succeeded nonetheless. So you guys are unhindered by the restrictions of teleportation magic. So I still need to confirm you've left the one guy to like tell the tale, right? Yeah. The one you knocked out to tell the tale, and so there's no interrogation.
I'm not really. I don't want to bring a guy to a hovel of a grieving woman.
As soon as
what
you
Hondo does,
confirming.
yeah.
Hondo has killed 2 men. Well, he's killed one, and Allie killed the other. So there's just no interrogation.
And I assume in the shadows, of an alley, Hondo is doing this busy work.
Oh yeah.
Again, the cops could show up at any moment, but
I'm just going to be you. Hondo, throw me a dexterity check.
Just imagine him whispering to himself, just a jaunty tune.
Okay.
Jesus.
Your knife work is pretty good. You spend 10 minutes on it to try and get it good. It's not a good mask because cutting someone's face off is not really a thing. Like that's just not like a thing that happens. But you're able to get a vaguely flesh face. You take the skin. It's the lips are like kind of cut improperly. And the one eye is ripped. But you got this.
Do not send this fan art to Hexplorers DnD.
So once I have it on,
You're gonna put it on? Why?
I put it on.
Okay.
And I emerge from the shadows and
It's
say
like this. Like
Yeah. It's totally okay.
It's really not.
It's totally okay.
It's not.
I put it over and I say, citizens! Citizens! Is this who you want to represent you? Is this who you want to fight for you? Let it be known the general is vulnerable. He is weak and he is falling. Let it be known he is not for you. Send word that change is coming. And then I disappear into the shadows and throw it away.
Okay.
All right. It took a turn.
Make a performance check. No, make an intimidation check.
Yeah.
You just cut a man's face off. And blow it.
Do I get like advantage?
I'm giving you the intimidation. I'll give you advantage, sure, but like I don't know that you want it.
Okay, well, I rolled a 6 for my roll.
Yeah, roll
my
advantage.
intimidation
I'll
is
give
plus
you the
7.
advantage. You cut a man's face off.
So
There you go.
Fucking of course.
Wasted 20, I guess.
For the listener, it was a nat 20 on cutting off a man's face, performing through it.
You definitely hear all of the windows and doors and things shudder quickly behind as your message, as you slip into the shadows, tearing the face off and leaving the gore attached to your skin and scales. But you do feel like your message that the general and his ilk are vulnerable and you can cut their faces off whenever you want. So it seems, at least to this group, between you and Boone, a message has definitely been delivered that the general is vulnerable. Allie and Boone, about 5 to 10 minutes after the fight, you follow the directions to relatively simple directions to where Mary and Gord are. Hada will be joining 10 or 15 minutes later. You guys make your way out to this place and find your way inside.
Just like trying to play it cool.
I'm gonna just be
the
like,
door.
wow, you are quite the mysterious individual.
Yeah,
I'm not
You
even
were
gonna
pretty-
ask how you learned that.
you were pretty good back there. Did you bite that man's hand?
Yeah, not my prettiest moment, but it was a moment.
It was all right. A lot of pent-up anger for both of us, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, was your friend trying to cut off that guy's face back there?
Knowing Hondo, probably. Yeah, that's a thing he does.
Oh, man. I've seen some fucked up shit in my day, but...
You have no idea.
All right. Hopefully he doesn't wear it into this place. Just like pushing the door.
You make your way inside, and now it becomes a very cramped interior. And there's a moment where there's a rush of fear from Hilda as two just new figures enter. But she looks to Mary and Gord, and there's like you guys recognize them. There's a look of reassurance that she is not worried.
Ma'am, Miss Amber told us about you. We're sorry to hear about your husband.
She's been good to us for what she could do. I appreciate the condolences, but I hope condolences are not needed. Your friends here say you have something that may give me some peace of mind, I hope.
Lana, your Vel's bag.
Oh, yeah, here, hold on.
Can you get the orb?
Yeah.
You pull out the crystal ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You place the crystal ball on the table.
Is not my purview. Gord, I was hoping you could take a look at it. It's gonna take... No one's attuned to it. So, sorry, man, this is gonna take like an hour. Are you okay if we take a minute?
Yeah, we can do that.
If he gives any kind of answers, an hour is nothing.
Like I said, it's not a guarantee. We only get one shot, but...
Okay. Gord, as you settle into attune to this crystal ball for the moment, and then can swap back to your regular equipment. Is there anything you guys want to do in this hour before looking?
I guess, like, while we have her here, I'll quietly just ask general questions like with the Crimson Coin, just there asking if she's seen more of them lately, if she's noticed any changes. We've been hearing a lot more that they've been weirdly aggressive lately. Just, questions like that.
She kind of corroborates the stories that Amber was saying, that the coin have had a more boisterous presence in the last year, maybe even a little longer. She makes mention that just before her husband Kellic disappeared, that there was interest in bringing like talent on certain skilled craftsmen and like trades positions to work around like the garrison house, to like do some work around the grounds and do things like that, and that she advised Kellic not to take up work with the Crimson Coin in the general, and then he shortly went missing thereafter.
So this was about a year ago, right?
A year and change, yeah.
Okay.
She makes a point though to kind of send the kids out, just get them out of the house as you guys are all having this conversation, especially as more people begin to show up, and she clears some room and gets them outside. But unless there's anything else, she just kind of says the same stuff, and then she just kind of goes about kind of busy work in the house, just like cleaning and tidying, and unfortunately doesn't have much in way of offering to the rest of you for food and drink. But at about the hour mark, Gord, you can cast Scrying, and as Mary has procured a shirt that was once Kellic's, you're going to try and look in on Kellic Barrelbane.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Can we have short rested while this is happening?
Yeah, it's a literal hour, so yeah, you may as well.
So if Raleigh, Hondo, I don't know if you took any damage. If you want to heal,
I took like 12 damage.
Buddy, you don't know when the general's going to show up. You better fucking heal. Any chance you get?
I'll heal up. Also, were the guns we took just regular pistols, or were they like automatic?
That's right. You guys
pistols?
still have those.
I was going to blow his fingers off with that.
You can make an investigation check to see if what you've gathered.
Please don't actually play with the explosive parts in the house with the small children.
Of course. So 7, and my investigation is 13.
They all seem to be identical in make. Metal, almost like a brass or something kind of metal casing, and they are all they're all 4 shots before being reloaded, and you can see the barrel kind of spins, basically like a revolver, but with 4 larger sized barrels. There is still ammo in some of them. So there are, between the 4 pistols, there are 6 remaining shots. And you can see the shot itself, as you kind of open up the one barrel, you can see it's kind of like a longer cartridge, as we know, like kind of our bullet cartridges. But the tip has like kind of a glass with like this kind of green liquid in it. And as you guys have been afflicted by many of these, you imagine that's like kind of the poison element added into the otherwise kind of explosive, piercing piece. So there's an element of 6 poisonous shots to these pistols. The inner workings of it, however, they escape you a little bit. That's how it all works, how it all comes together, is a little beyond your purview, but you at least understand that you've seen them in action. You could probably shoot, but you're not sure how you would figure out how to make any more or do anything like that. But you at least have that.
They'd be considered standard pistol then?
Yeah. Yep. Just with a 4-shot reload instead of a 6. Okay, so the save DC of the crystal ball is 17. Scrying spell save modifier, the connection you have is a possession or garment. So -4. But Gord, you've only heard of the target. You're not familiar or have first-hand knowledge. So it is a +5, then a -4. So it's a +1 to the roll. From Kellic barreled it.
He failed?
Let's see. You failed.
Would have been really awkward if you didn't.
Really. But perhaps he's not the wisest figure in the room. Gord, as you... I don't think Gord has ever scryed before. So this is a unique experience. A unique experience for you. The crystal ball sits before you on this table, and as the hour-long kind of attunement ritual finishes and you have the capacity to understand its arcane properties, everyone kind of gathers around, and Hilda sits across the table from you, and you hold the shirt in between your paws as you kind of look within the crystal ball itself, and you find that connection of the arcane to kind of cast the spell through the device rather than through your innate ability. So it's almost like the device itself is kind of carrying you along the vision. And as you drop into this kind of faintly cloudy world, the crystal ball itself to the rest of you begins to kind of spin and glow the interior of it. The smoke and cloud begins to kind of spin and shift, and it takes on this faintly greenish hue. There's a little bit of activity in it. And Gord, you see the same as the cloud turns from this kind of white gray to a faintly green, and then it shifts with streaks of blue in amongst the green. And you can see this kind of trail of blue amongst the green smoke. And it begins to kind of dissipate and clear. And you see the real-life version of the picture drawn on the missing poster. This dwarven male with like a mane of like dark brown hair and a beard that has grown and is just wild and tangled, and you can see it's been scorched in areas. You can see he is pockmarked across the face. There are like deep wells where like things have splattered and like have burned into his face, his cheeks and his nose. There's a chunk missing from his nose, and he has a pair of goggles on over his eyes, and you can see he is kind of face in, similar as you saw Amber before, face in lit by a burning furnace. He is currently in the process of working some kind of metal, and it kind of turns and he pulls it out, and you can see this long, almost like just like a flattened but curved piece of metal as he kind of pulls it out and brings it over to an anvil and kind of continues like edging this curve, this plate element. From your perspective, Gord, go ahead and make a perception check.
Come on, Gordon. Big roll. Big roll.
20.
Nice.
20 total or natural 20?
Total.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, very good. You can take in a little bit of the surroundings. It is dim. There's no other light source in here other than this furnace, but that does give off a fair amount of light. You catch it catching on what you would assume would be similar, like a basement or lower floor stone. There's no windows. It is almost like a dungeon, like stone. And there's an element of like natural stone that blends into a man-made wall. So there's at least an element of like a blending of two materials. And you can see Kellic is working hard on this piece of material that as it begins to cool from that superheated metal, you see elements of that same damasked blue that you saw in the Arcurate made blade along this plate. Gather as he's kind of moving it along. It's about maybe a 3 foot wide by 2 to 3 feet, 2 feet panel. It's kind of like long curved piece. And as you watch for the next couple of minutes, you see he kind of holds it up in the light, checks for any imperfections, mops his brow, kind of lifts the goggles ever so slightly. And you can see like a scar across one eye. The eye is still okay, but he's a figure who has seen significant pain over the year. And he makes his way around this chamber. You can also see or hear what sound like manacles or chains being kind of dragged along with his movements. You watch as he kind of makes his way up from a lower level, tucks this piece of metal under his arm, and begins with one arm and his chains, begins climbing a ladder. And you begin to kind of lose the light a little bit as he moves away from this furnace. Begins climbing a ladder, and it's a little rickety. And you hear this kind of guttural, just like rumble. And you see off in the distance this kind of puff of smoke or steam. You can hear another one off in the distance, but you don't see it through the vision. Continues climbing. He climbs about 10, 15 feet. You can see as he gets up and he kind of pulls the piece and like begins kind of sticking it in place, and it begins kind of working on like fitting it in. And you can see he's fitting it in alongside another and another. You can see multiple of these same kind of pieces, kind of making this curved element of these same plates that all kind of bends in like a spine. And as he begins to kind of feel positive, he pushes it down and it like snaps into place. And you watch as there's like a row of light that just goes along like a spine right at this point where it connects. It's just this row of light, and there's this flare like in a constant succession at each one of these plates, this kind of almost like jagged blue flames. And that grumble continues again, this another burst of smoke and steam, and he begins to kind of make his way down and just kind of looks off to the left. And as the vision begins to kind of follow, you see the plates that he was kind of putting, they kind of expand and contract, can expand and contract. And he kind of taps it on the side, and you hear that, and the vision fades. Hilda across from you, who got to see, and all of you got to see this vision play forth in the crystal ball, she just begins to kind of slowly cry. That's him. Is he? Where was that? He's alive.
It shows what's happening now.
He's alive. And she's just like quietly just crying.
What the fuck was that thing?
Kind of looked underground, didn't it?
Yeah.
Seemed like he was like armoring something.
Something pretty fucking big. We,
Was him?
go
You
ahead.
go. No, you go.
I was just gonna kind of quietly say, like, as Hilda's kind of like in her own head right now, maybe some of this should be discussed not here.
I understand.
Ma'am, I know this is a lot. This is likely the Hive. I understand that you'd probably really excited to try and go and just figure this out yourself, but this is something we may already have our hands in. I don't want you to get yourself or your family in any more danger.
I understand.
We have a pretty vested interest in finding him at this point. A lot might be going down in the next few days.
I don't have much, but I'll give you every coin I have.
That's not why we're here. And I don't want your money. Is there anything else you can tell us about your husband? How about this? Is there something you can give us that if we come across him is for sure yours and will help him to trust us?
Help you to trust us.
Or something we can say that he'll know it's from you?
I can give. I got something. She makes her way back into the chest. That seems to be like kind of the only place for storage in this place. And she rifles through it for a moment before pulling out this kind of folded piece of paper that she carefully kind of lifts out. And she unfolds the paper, and there's a ring. She has no rings on her fingers. And she, just a simple like gold band, and she holds it out. It says, I kept wearing it, but every time I spun it on, I could only think of him, and well, it just started to hurt a little too much. And I don't want to put it back on until I know he's safe. If you take that, she hands it over, and you can see scribed inside, as you kind of look at it, you can see etched as, for my shining star. She says, that's, I don't know.
Just tuck it like somewhere super safe, like within my armor. And depending on what might happen, it might not hurt to find a backup place for you guys to stay. If this is the place you were when he went missing, they'll know.
We could ask Lady Ember for some aid. She's been very helpful. I don't want to press my luck, but if you make any moves, she would be where I would go anyways.
Okay. If we are able to come across him, We'll tell him where to find it, and he can bring this back himself.
Oh, so I don't know if it'll be much help. But if you're looking to do something about this, there's a group. They're small. They kind of seem like you a little. There's an abandoned church not far from the garrison house in the Hive, where the general is. I was putting up my posters, as I often do. They tried to help. I've seen them from time to time. They're still there. I think they're still trying to help. If you need any help. They seem like they had good hearts. And for the most part, you all seem like you have good hearts too.
They have a name?
They just call themselves the Smiths. I think they were trying to be very covert and never gave any real names.
Do you know, we're not, well, actually I shouldn't say that. Boone, are you familiar with this area? Have you heard of that before, the church?
I've heard of that before.
You wouldn't have known much of the Hive, and you wouldn't have done any real exploring. Lower Ward, sure, but this is more like in the Hive.
Not particularly. I'll take out 10 gold and just like put it on the table. Be like, ma'am, for your trouble.
Seems like a backwards exchange. You did me a service.
Service ain't done yet.
I can't say we don't need it.
We're gonna go find your husband, and we're gonna hurt the people who took him.
That's a load off my mind. Don't get yourselves killed, but I can't thank you enough.
Don't thank us yet.
Right. Be safe.
Boone will start to walk towards the door, thinking this is the end of the conversation.
She doesn't say much more.
Takes a peek outside before stepping out. Can I do a little perception just to see if there's anyone looking for us?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not good at it, guys. It's a 19, and I add 0, 19.
Okay. Let's see.
Which faction's hunting us now? Is it the scary aliens? Is it the coin? Is it the devil fiend hybrid from the coin? Is it the mercy killers? Is it the cops? Is it the Duskmen or whoever are the undead people? Who
Is it some rando who saw Kevin cutting some guy's face off and now...
Is that guy's son and wants revenge?
You look out and all looks clear.
Great. Coast is clear. Let's walk outside. And we got to, what time is it now if we like try and gauge it, do you think?
You're still not quite nighttime yet. Late afternoon, like you'd be cresting into, because you had to do an extra hour there for scrying and short resting. You're cresting into like 3-4 o'clock, I'd say. Give my rough estimates.
I'm hungry. We skipped.
Another...
Go for it.
I was gonna say counting, so we did get back around 6 or 7. We have an appointment at midnight, Rondo. Okay. We might
start making our way towards.
But we gotta be about an hour early.
An hour early.
Or half an hour. We gotta get the chef.
Oh, I'm hungry. Speaking of chefs, can we go get some food? I worked up an appetite.
Let's go to the bathhouse and get some dinner. We can spread our rumors that while we're there. It'll be a double whammy.
like eating at a strip club. It's like, is it a good idea?
They have a good lunch
Strip club
special.
buffet.
It's not bad.
It will be a good
It'll
place.
surprise you.
Covert too, you know.
I am going to let the rumor spreading there come to you. I'm going to let you handle that. I want to check in while you're doing that. Maybe we'll just go spy around the rest of the market ward a little bit and hear if any of those rumors are catching, or talk to our baker friend again and see if he's heard anything else as well.
You guys still coming from lower ward all the way back around. So by the time you actually make it back to the market ward, night does officially fall. And there's that transitionary period about the time that you're in the ladies ward, like almost cresting back into the market. It transitions to night, and then you still have roughly about another hour to the central market, the bazaar here. But it's in full swing, well lit, and lots of people still out and about. There's a faint air, not of revelry necessarily, but like of joy, of cheer, ever so slightly. No particular source, though you do see some, like a small group of musicians are kind of playing with like an open case and hats for coin to be tossed. That doesn't necessarily be like, it's not like a focal point, but it is like it's something you haven't quite seen thus far. They're playing to the crowds as people are walking past and tossing a coin here and there. So are you stopping at Vidane's for dinner? Are you going to the bathhouse with the hopes of dinner?
We'd have to keep going past the Danes to get to the bathhouse, right?
Not far, but you would have to.
Just go ahead.
Would you? Yeah, go to the Danes, have some food, then we can make our way to the bathhouse after. Okay.
You guys stop in, get some dinner at Vidane's. Just pushes the timeline a little later. And let's see.
As long as we have enough time to head to that meet out at midnight.
Yeah, you guys still have plenty of time to do that. So you want to go to bathhouse, try and spread some rumors, and do some ungodly things from Honda.
Not all of us.
Yeah. And then you want to check in with Harry, see if he's heard anything, and just any other assorted, like just trying to see what else is going on in the markets.
Basically, yeah. Like I'm trying to do that every day to I'll check with him to hear anything specific, and then kind of what Allie and I were trying to do before when we found him, of just like trying to hear the rumors, trying to hear if anything's happening, if there's been more coin, if there's been less coin, like just trying to turn up the rumor mill a little bit.
Okay. We're gonna do a big group check for collective information gathering and information sowing. You can use any abilities you want to try and use. So you can't use the same one twice. If you do, the DC increases heavily because you got a lot of avenues here. We can play out what you want to do, how you want to do it, and where you want to do it. But we're going to go with group check across the board. And based on a DC, I might have to fluctuate the DC based on what it is you're trying to do. It's going to kind of be a floating DC, but I'll let you know, pass or fail. And
is it a DC for each check, or is it like a total DC to meet?
I think I'm gonna do total DC.
Like everyone's DC. adding our numbers together.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to decide if I want to set a total DC now, or if I want to gauge like how each person is doing it. I would rate this. If you hit this, that's a successful DC, and then it just adds to the total stack.
Or like the higher it is, the more information we get, kind of thing.
Exactly. Okay. I'll let you know as we go.
Cool.
So, hit me. What do you guys want to do?
I would try to. I'm going to probably stay around in the market ward area and try to probably primarily use insight to try to scope out the right people to like stand near, to see if anyone is looking nervous, as opposed to just like, run of the mill, oh, did you hear about whatever gossip? Like people looking nervous, people looking excited, people looking like anything that seems a little off, to try to identify the best people to try to eavesdrop on.
Okay. Go ahead and make your insight check.
It's a 12 on the dice. So that is a 25.
Okay. You begin kind of just taking a central position just to begin in the market.
I'll grab like from some vendor some drink or snack or something, like a coffee. So I'm just sitting and people watching.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, just trying to watching people talk to one another and just trying to keep your ear open, and then every now and again just kind of moving to a different position and trying to keep on the move and just trying to keep listening as best you can. Let's see. I would say you gather that word of your group's actions earlier today has already started to kind of spread, that there was a big hit against the coin, a big grandstanding stand against the coin, and the general has kind of already made its way up into the rumor mill. Who it was is being kind of circulated as it could have been your group's name does come up in who it could have been as those guys who were kind of messing with the coin earlier in the week. It comes up that maybe the anarchists are finally making a play. It comes up that it happened in Godsman territory, and that the Godsmen were somehow involved. So maybe they're finally taking a stand. It does kind of go through the rumor mill of who it could have been, but your actions today, your group's actions today, have already hit the news, so to speak. And you gather that it definitely feels like people are all for the rocking the boat with the coin. They like that people are finally kind of taking a stand. From what you can gather, these people are all kind of on board with this upsetting the general. You don't get any information regarding any of their current activities. It seems to be more, honestly, actually, there's a surprising lack of information you gather from Crimson Coin activity, with the exception of some people talking about the article that was in the Free Cager about the hit on the jewelers. But there is a shocking lack of anyone talking about what the coin have actually been doing lately. But it's more centered around what people have been doing to or about the coin.
Right. So potentially they've been around a little less.
Yep.
At least in the last day. Okay.
So it seems.
Cool.
Okay. Allie, Hondo, Gord. Just toss it out. Any ideas for what skill you'd like to use, or just a situation you want to try and do? And I can assign a skill to it.
Are you guys going to the brothel?
I think so. Just gotta spread those rumors.
Yeah. Are you, when you're there?
Scott said he would go with you if you went.
Mm-hmm.
Are you making it? Yeah, I was gonna let Scott go last here because he's, I assume, letting Rosie out. Oh, he's back. When you go there, Hondo, are you trying to casually get rumors spread and trying to just get people talking one-on-one, or are you trying to mass produce a rumor mill? How do you want to go about it?
I'm imagining, being a bathhouse, we're in a big steam room.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
a lot of people in the room, and just be like, "So you hear this?"
Okay. What are the rumors you want to try and spread?
That he has small balls. That his inner circle is planning to assassinate him.
Oh, that's a big one. It's a higher DC.
That they don't trust him anymore because he's vulnerable and he has small balls.
Small balls comes around twice.
I'm imagining like the super drunk dude at like a party who's talking a little too loud.
And I'll say that he is planning an uprising that will lead to mass death.
Okay, ending on a hard note there. Okay, you have your choice of either trying to persuade these people into believing all of these arguments, or a performance check to kind of rouse these people into like spreading it themselves. Like you're almost like through your straight charisma, you're trying to like get everyone else to try and like kind of come along with you on this like thought experiment of like, what could this fucking guy do? Also, small balls. What's up with that? Or your persuasion check would be convincing these people that what you've said is true. Those are your two options.
I'm thinking, I don't care if they think it's true. I just want them to spread it.
Then give me a performance check.
All right. That's not good. 2. Let me just check performance. +7, so 9.
9. You give off a lot of information, you're taking a lot of shots. You're throwing out a lot of options to all of these people, and some people are just kind of naturally intrigued by like your very charismatic personality, and they're drawn in. And then, honestly, what is pushing people like to not stick with you and kind of carry it along is the topic you're talking about is too deadly. Like you're literally trying to you're trying to talk about a crazy like dictator, like murderer, as if he couldn't walk down the street and kill you tomorrow. And people are just like, you know what? That's a little too crazy for me. Thank you. I'm going to go have sex in this corner over here. And unfortunately, you'd certainly have got people talking, but almost more about the fact that less about the rumors, but that people are spreading rumors about the general, and not in a failure way, more in a way that like there's some dissent in the fear of the general. So it's still a success in that like the populace is pushing back against the general, but not so much that these rumors have taken hold in anybody. Okay, we've got Boone, Allie, and Gord.
Where I am, I'll go where there's like a huge crowd of people, and you can tell me if it's out of line, but can I do a thing where, because I'm short, I'll wear like my cloak or something, but because I'm short, I would like go behind people and be like, did you hear a rumor that the general has a mole? And then go behind another person and be like, I also hear he's got small balls.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to let you do that. Why would I not let you do that?
Okay.
I want you to throw me a deception check for that, though.
Deception?
You've got to be able to like throw your voice a little bit and conceal where it's coming from, and still be charismatic enough to let people kind of carry the conversation without you. So, deception it is.
Natural 20, but
yes.
My deception is -1.
I still give you the
19.
20. I still give you the 20.
That's so awesome.
That's hilarious. Mary, as you're like doing you're sitting and watching, every so often you just see this kind of scurrying little figure who is too big to be Horus, but is acting very Horus-y, as Alana.
He's got small balls.
Yeah, every now and again, you catch this kind of odd voice just talking about balls. You're like, is that one of maybe? And you just kind of like catch it every now and again. But Alana, as you are like kind of scurrying in between people, and you kind of get into a crowd, and there's a group there, and you get one out, and someone just kind of looks over and is like, who said that? And like, is that true? Does he have small balls? And the conversation begins to kind of like flow and pick up. And as you kind of do a whole circuit and kind of meet up with Mary afterwards, both of you can confirm that the two pieces of information have definitely kind of caught wind with the multiple groups in the area. That was a successful check. Gord and Boone left. What are you guys thinking?
Or do you got one?
I'm thinking I'm going to do deception
Mm-hmm.
and just spread the same rumors as everyone else, but in a deceptive way.
In a deceptively manner. I would say are you going to go with Hondo and Boone to the bathhouse? Because the deception check has already been done in the market area. So if you go there, you might get a different.
I'll go to the bathhouse.
You got it. Hit me with deception. A little bit harder DC total, just because Allie also did deception, but let's hear it.
Do I roll?
Yep. Give me deception.
$23.
Ooh, pretty solid. Yeah, what you do, you thrive on Hondo's kind of like, he's in the middle of this kind of steam room, and it's just this like boiling like pool of water that is just flowing off to multiple like almost like jacuzzi style like steam rooms, and the whole room is just a mess of hot air, and Hondo takes central position trying to like move people through, and is definitely gathering people's information or gathering people's attention, and like kind of getting them talking about the descent of the general's position, but they just don't quite fully buy in, and so they continue out and around. But as you catch those who do kind of catch in, you carry the point that Hondo said to them, and you convincingly be like, no, that is true. I heard that as well. And then like continue the lie, like basically doubling on to Hondo's performance ability of trying to all of these different things he was trying to think. So whenever one Hondo did succeed on, you double down and you guarantee a success, and you guarantee that. And as you guys kind of finish your time at the bathhouse, multiple groups of conversation, and those who are beginning to leave and continue that conversation, there are many of these lies have at least seeded here. Boom. Last one.
Dope. Does anyone use persuasion?
Nope. We've had insight, performance, deception.
I'll be at the bathhouse too, but I'll have like walked in to not be with them, and I'll just be like sitting. Does the bathhouse have like a wait staff?
There's a couple of people, yeah, for sure.
Or like a bartender or something like that?
Absolutely.
Boone will be like trying to talk up the bartender, and what should I persuade? I'll be trying to persuade something like, I hear that the lady's kind of just been watching this whole thing go down between the general taking over, but that one day real soon, she's going to start an uprising, and she's going to want people to take sides. And I, for one, know what side I want to be on.
Okay. Are you trying to persuade simply the bartender, or do you want to try and do that same thing to a couple of like across the room?
Yeah. That's a good idea. I'll just be trying to spread this rumor of like the lady's about to make a move, and it's one of these things where like you got to be the one to join her side, or else bad news.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead, throw persuasion.
$17.
Okay. You begin with the bartender, and you have a drink and kind of sway them a little bit to kind of almost to the point where, like, as each person you go around to do this to, you engage a conversation, and you just do it in just super casual manner of just like, this is kind of the state and the facts. This is how it's going to be. One day we're going to have to choose a side. Like, what side do you want to be on?
Mm-hmm.
And it very, very much, like, people are like, well, that's a good point. Like, I suppose it's going to come down one day to a 1v1. I don't want to be on the general side. And I think you're right. The lady's probably the better of the two. That's how we have to go. And you just, like, as you slowly make your way through, as all of you finish your persuasions and your spreading of rumors, it certainly feels like it's solidified that anyone in there would side with the lady. And certainly some dissent and some an element of lost, like, fear in the general and the coin has certainly taken root in the market ward. Let's see. What is that again? All right. By this point, you guys would be getting close to your rendezvous in the sewers. And I think we will end here for the night. Ooh. As you guys make your way down, you can choose how early you want to be. Hondo had kind of batted back and forth between a half hour to an hour early. Not a bad idea to be early to get your conversation with Chef ahead of time, and then to await whoever you will meet from the anarchist crew. But that's where we'll pick up. We'll position you guys down in the sewers at the beginning of the next game, and it's however late you want it to be or however early you want to be from midnight. But this would have taken, maybe you could have spent a whole hour, you could have spent 2 hours on this. Mm-hmm. And it was a pretty effective beginning to a whisper campaign.
The most successful one was the small balls one.
Absolutely.
He's got a spy in his inner circle. The lady's about to make a move. And he's got tiny little testicles. That's all the rumors getting back to him.
Yeah, so we will meet with the anarchists in the sewers beneath the whispering giants, or whistling giants, sorry. See what the plan with them is. And then probably do some recon and some potential places to hit. Maybe get a look
Gotta save somebody's husband.
The garrison house.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to the chef.
Talk to the chef, get some explosives, maybe meet the smiths. You got lots of things on your plate.
Guys, we got to get out of here at some point. We got to get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting used to it. We might want to stay.
Let's look at the calendar real quick, just to remind.
One PC can't come back here.
Yeah, one PC is dead currently. You have 10 days, if I'm not mistaken, for
10
gentle
days.
repose.
This is not a lot of... Okay. Sorry.
For gentle repose. I need my count. It's not much more than that for the calendar. I think it's 14.
10 days, get the fuck out of here.
And set everything up we need to back home.
Well, get Val back within 10 days.
That's what I mean. Like, we have to make sure that when we get back there, there's someone who can actually do it.
Yeah.
You have 12 days.
Oh,
Jesus.
God.
Oh, my God.
We have to get back. Also have to give Val time to recover, or else he's going to be at major disadvantages in that fight.
Yeah.
I'm not able to use my stone eye to talk to my sister.
You can, you can. I've used mine.
Yeah,
I used mine to get to Alexander the other day.
Oh, because I was gonna say I can use my stone. I haven't talked to her yet. I can use it to be like, hey, heads up.
Good idea.
We're planning on hopefully coming back here. Have someone waiting with
Haldor?
help. Yeah, so we
Haldor
can
Haldor can't
bring
do
Val
it.
back.
But he can figure it out. Yeah, that's a good idea.
What about what's the queen's name?
She might actually be able to do it, yeah. But it depends on she's probably moving to the front. She said that's where they were planning on going.
Well,
So-
just someone we can meet up with if she knows that there's like
if
someone
you-
back in Arendelle.
If you bring Valentine back from the dead, then you can teleport her wherever she needs to be.
That's true.
Yeah, sure.
Or actually, Gord could do it too.
Yeah, Gord is
Um,
teleport now. That's great.
Yeah, double teleports. So yeah, just a reminder. Yeah, the raised dead would be a -4 penalty to attack roll, saving throws, and ability checks for until you finish a long rest each time. So you need 4 long rests.
Jesus.
to-
So we
to
need,
back
we
flat.
really have like 6 days just to make sure, because we have stuff we want to do
Mhm.
before that we're probably going to need Val for too, like setting shit up. Like we talked about using a Kraken as a distraction. Like there's all sorts of shit that like we probably need to get set up.
I
ahead
low
of
key
time.
want to see that happen.
Oh god.
We joked about it for so long, and then we're like, actually, like this isn't terrible. It's actually kind of a fun idea.
I just picture it's a long shot and it's like Hondo standing in front of the sea, and he's just summoning the Kraken.
We need
God.
that.
Come here, you tentacle fuck.
We have something that you might want back.
I killed your baby.
Yeah.
It was a good game, guys. That was fun.
That
was really fun.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards have a date with anarchy that is sure to be explosive. There'll be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.